Okay, so Angie's dead. I've got theories as to who did it. Because when it's a locked door murder, it's never it's never what it appears to be. There was gold dust on the back door's lock. There was a katana shoved into one of the wax dummies. And in the spirit of preserving the crime scene, it's possible that they wouldn't have seen the bloodstain on the tip of the sword if they had never pulled it out. Kyo wants to do a seance. I think I'm the murderer. Considering the sword, Kokichi's pretty high on my list. As is Kyo because it came from his lab. On top of that, as far as I know, the seance could be a ruse. Let's check out the Ultimate Anthropologist lab.
Bingo!
Zero Gamer, thank you for the 44 months of tier 2.
44-month hype. Hi Tom and Peps. How is everyone tonight?
If I remember correctly, the gold leaf katana is from... Folding... Well, there's a few things here. Monkey!
Bingo!
Sleepy Ash, thank you for the
Hi
9
Tom,
months
hope
tier
you
1.
and Manatee are well. Here's to many more. Hope you're enjoying V3000s of hugs.
I am. It's just the sheath. Earlier, the katana was inside the sheath.
Okay.
Maki, the gold leaf katana definitely came from here. I'm certain of it.
That's true.
Doesn't that make Kyo suspicious? This is his research lab after all.
No.
Not necessarily. Anyone could have come in here and taken it.
That's true.
Fair enough. Anyone could have done the same with my lab too. Gold leaf katana has been has been updated, excuse me. Hey, it's Kokichi!
Oh?
Oh? What are you guys doing here?
Ew.
What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be helping with the seance?
You look so disgusted right now. Then again, I guess that is your signature look.
Anyway.
Anyway, I forgot to bring something we need for the seance, so I came back to get it.
Huh?
Something for the seance?
Yeah.
Yeah, that white sheet over there. We brought the wooden dog statue in the cage already, but I guess we need that sheet too.
What is it?
I don't get it. Why do you guys need a cage, a wooden dog statue, and a white sheet?
Hey, don't ask me. I don't know why we need that stuff either.
So that means...
That's why I figured I'd do a little research on this seance before I got the sheet.
Huh?
Study.
So, let's see.
Kokichi took a look around and...
Heard it was like some old handmade book. Oh, is this it?
Yeah.
It says the Cage Dog Village right here on the cover, so this must be it. Let's see. What does it say about the Cage Child seance?
Kokichi flipped through the old book he picked up.
Oh, is this the page? It's hard to read, but I can see the Cage Child is mentioned here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kyo's drawing the same magic circle as the one in this picture. Okay, let's see. In order to perform the Cage Child, you need 5 people, including the spirit medium, in a dark place with no light.
If I remember correctly.
Just like Kyo said. First, draw the magic circle passed down from the Cage Dog Village on the ground. In the center of the circle, the spirit medium must kneel, curl like a turtle, and rest their forehead on a stone on the ground. Afterwards, the other 4 participants must put the iron cage over the spirit medium and cover it with a white sheet. And finally, the dog god must be placed on top of the cage.
I see.
Also, it says we can't step on the magic circle during the preparations. The dog god? Do you mean that wooden dog statue?
Yeah.
When the preparations are complete, turn out all the lights and to create complete darkness. When the seance begins, when the 4 participants are each standing at a corner of the room. The 4 participants, not including the spirit medium, will sing the Cage Child song. After the song, ask, is the cage child, then say the name of the spirit. Spirit medium will reply in the voice of the summoned spirit. That's all it says.
That sounds complicated.
But...
Complicated plans have a better chance of working out in the end, wouldn't you say? Whether it works or not, Kyo's been wanting to conduct this seance for a while.
Since I was fortunate enough to obtain one of those copies, I have already memorized it. But I never thought I'd be able to lay eyes on the real one. What a trick of fate.
Right?
Oh yeah, he said he memorized every word of it too. That's probably why he left the book here, because he can conduct the seance without it.
But
But is it even possible? Contacting Angie's ghost? If you're so curious, why don't you join us, Shuichi? Huh?
well, you know.
You should see how it plays out with your own eyes.
See?
There's still time, you know. The seance hasn't even started yet.
That's true.
Maybe it's better if you join them.
Huh?
You think so?
Don't understand.
Well, I'm not going. I don't believe in seances. But whether you believe or not, as a detective, you should be there to observe what happens.
As a detective, huh?
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're right. Now you're talking.
All right.
Well, I'll be waiting for you. Of the 3 empty rooms, we're in the middle one.
Kokichi spoke as though he was inviting me to go play, then he left the room. Cage Child's been added to the truth bullet section of the monopad. It's packed with books and scrolls. They're all weathered and old. No time to read now, though. Anything else in the exhibit case there? Cage Child book is still here. Kyo said that he has read it so many times he could recite it by memory. I suppose he doesn't need it to perform the seance. I know I said the middle room, but can I check the other rooms? The seance system... We know there's something connecting these 3 rooms because the rooms have holes in the corners! So it might be a good idea to check the other rooms, Shuichi!
Hello.
So, Kokichi tells me you wish to participate in the seance as well, Shuichi. You are most welcome to join us.
Oh.
Is what I would like to say. However, only 5, including the spiritual medium, may join. Click, please. Thank you.
Oh, man.
Oh man, what a shame. Well, Keyboy, you're out.
Me?
Why me? I agree with Kokichi. I was thinking this for a while.
Listen up!
Robots and seances don't mix. They're like toothpaste and orange juice.
You see.
To be honest, I had the same thought. Your help was appreciated, Kibo.
Why you?
Don't any of you feel guilty for kicking me out after forcing me to come? That's why we're apologizing.
Do not mock me.
No one's apologized yet.
Oh, man.
Fine, our bad. Just don't get mad and start shooting electromagnetic waves at us. Why would I do that?
Stop it.
Stop whining, Kibo. I want to start the seance as soon as possible. Fine, but I won't forget this betrayal, Shuichi.
What did I do?
So then.
So now Shuichi has joined us. First, some warnings.
Do you understand?
Do not enter the magic circle that I've drawn on the floor. It is drawn with purifying salt, so it is easily disturbed when stepped on.
You drew this magic circle with salt?
That's correct.
I always use salt for magic circles. It makes seances more likely to succeed.
Well then.
Also, it's dark in here, so be sure to watch your step. If the magic circle is broken, not only will the seance fail,
Terrifying.
but it may also unleash a curse.
Okay.
Got it. I'll be careful. I'm surprised you were able to draw this without even looking at the picture.
Do not worry.
I have the entire document memorized, so this magic circle should be perfect. Of course, I also have the Cage Child song memorized. You must do the same.
Liminality Carb, thank you for the 45 months of tier 1.
Do you understand?
Hold on. Before we start the seance, can I dip my pretzel in the purifying salt?
I have copied the words of the song down here. Please commit it to memory. Everyone else has already memorized it. After all, you'll be unable to read in the dark.
Huh?
We have to memorize the lyrics now?
Oh.
You're a detective, so I expect your memory to be up to the task. Here is the melody. Here is the melody.
Chala! Head chala!
I listened to Kyo sing the song and I did my best to memorize the melody and lyrics.
Okay.
All right, I think I've got it now. Your memory's extraordinary. You are indeed the ultimate detective.
Well then.
Well then, let us begin the ritual right away.
How exciting!
Yay, we finally get to see Angie!
So then,
Before that, let's choose a spiritual medium. It would work best with a girl. Then I'll do it. I can't think of anyone but me that Angie's spirit should go in.
No.
No, I'll do it. Because if you're the spirit medium, you'll be able to talk to Angie.
Eh?
Yeah?
That's right.
You want to talk to Angie, right? Then I'll be the spirit medium. That way you can say goodbye to her. After you finish saying your goodbyes, keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else.
Please.
Please. Tenko.
By the way.
Also, Himiko, let me say this one thing. Expressing your feelings is perfectly natural. You shouldn't feel ashamed at all. So, if you feel like crying when you're talking to Angie, go ahead and cry your eyes out. You'll feel better when you do. Well, I mean, laughing makes you feel better too.
Damn it!
And venting your anger onto something can really cheer you up.
Yes.
Train your heart by crying, laughing, and venting your anger, Himiko. I think you've trained too much. You're probably right. Seems like the two of them made up. That's good.
so then.
So now that we've decided on a spiritual medium, let us begin.
Yes.
All right, Himiko, I'll see you later.
Now, I would like the spirit medium Tenko to sit within the center circle. Please be sure to walk on the path so as not to disturb the magic circle.
Mm-hmm. Make sure you watch your steps since it's so dark in here.
Next, you must be as a turtle within that circle. Please rest your forehead upon this stone marker I've placed here.
And ignore the anvil hanging precariously above your position.
It's just a stone I brought from the courtyard. Are you sure it'll work?
Certainly. It is merely needed as a marker for her forehead to rest upon.
So can we move it after she's laying on it?
Like this?
This may be uncomfortable, but please endure it until the seance is complete. Whatever you do, you mustn't raise your head or change positions.
Piece of cake. I have 5-star flexibility.
Out of how many stars?
So then,
Starting now, the rest of us must go to work. There are many things left to be done.
let's see.
First, we must place the iron cage atop Tenko. I shall leave that to Shuichi and Kokichi. And please keep in mind, walk carefully as to not to disturb the magic circle.
Yeah.
Okay, you can count on me. I may not look like it, but I'm actually super duper strong. That's a laundry basket.
I shouldn't have lied. I'm way too weak for this kind of stuff.
That's a laundry basket. We're basically doing that thing where you put your little sibling in the laundry basket and then place and sit on top of it so they can't get out. Source, I'm a little sibling. What was the other thing I was gonna say? Oh, I updated the sub goal as well. So at 1,000 we'll eat the tomato. And at 1,200 I'll look into doing the Zelda CDI trilogy. And by trilogy I mean Faces of Evil, Wand of Gamelon, and Arzette. Mad Zap, thank you for the 25 months of Prime, saying, whoa. What do you mean the sub goal's outdated?
It's made of iron.
Whoa.
No wonder it's heavy.
It puts Kokichi in the basket.
Thank you, Gurkanoff, for the 100 bits.
Hold on! Don't just drop it on top of me!
Oh, the command!
I know. It wouldn't be very funny if a body discovery announcement happened during this.
Please don't jinx us!
I'm tired. So, next, we cover the basket with a white cloth, right?
I shall take that role. All right, everything is prepared. Tenko, how are you doing?
Well, I can only see the floor from this position, but I think I'm fine.
The final step is to place the wooden statue of the dog god atop the cage. The 4 of us may need to do this together. The statue is quite heavy.
Even with 4 people, it's still really heavy.
Oh, holy crap, this weighs a ton!
No, it is not much more than 175 pounds.
I'm totally wiped.
Thank you for providing us that detailed information that we're going to end up using in the class trial later.
I could have used my magic to carry it easily, but seances and magic don't mix.
What are you talking about? Seances are a school of necromancy!
Are you sure it's okay to put something so heavy on top of the cage?
Cage is made of iron. It should be sturdy enough.
The iron cage was made specifically for seances, so it can hold this weight.
Okay. I guess that's fine then.
Now, let us exit the magic circle. Take care to avoid disturbing it.
Himiko's chosen school conflicts with
then-
necromancy. What, restoration? This is the point of no return, Tenko. After this point, you mustn't speak. The next time you open your mouth, it'll be Angie speaking through you.
Got it.
Understood. I will not say a word until the seance is over. And then she never spoke again. Okay, everyone. I'll see you guys
Now
after the
what about
seance.
leaving? The magic roundabout wat no orth dab.
Well then,
The rest of us shall move to the corners of the room. Please go to one of your choosing. Do we get to see which corners they're all in? One of these corners has a hole in it. I remember that from examining these rooms. We each stood in a different corner.
now we darken the room. Kokichi and Shuichi are closest to the candles. Please blow out the candles. You should be able to follow the walls in the dark.
So go back to the corner of the room after it's dark. Okay, got it.
You needn't move, Himiko. There are many gaps in the floor near you.
Yeah, got it.
Once the room is dark, I will begin the song. Please sing along with me. Then, I will call out to Angie. Until she replies, there must be silence.
After the seance is done,
Silence.
Shuichi and I are supposed to light the candles again, right?
Correct. I brought matches from the warehouse, so please use those.
Okie dokie, then I'll blow out the candle now.
I walked up to the closest flame and blew out the candle. Tss. The room instantly fell into complete darkness. Pitch black darkness. So dark I couldn't even see my own body. Overcoming my instinctual fear of the dark, I moved along the wall back to my corner. Then began the singing. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
At last, at long last.
Kyo led us all in the Caged Child song.
Young guard dog and little lost girl, sealed within an iron cage. At mountain's bottom, within the darkness, at last, at long last. How many will there be by dawn? Will there be 2 or just
Juan! They had to make it rhyme with Dawn. None of these rhyme. What am I saying?
Will the guard dog run far away, or did it eat the little girl?
Sing us a song, you're the seance man. Sing us a song tonight. Cause Artua's best girl is a victim now. And the killing game's getting weird, right?
At last, at long last.
Oh, I got an achievement for conducting the seance. We finished singing the song, but I thought I heard an odd sound in the middle of it. What was that?
Say,
Is the caged child Angie Yonaga? He began calling. Now if the medium answers.
say,
Is the caged child Angie Yonaga? What's going on?
say.
Is the caged child Angie Yonaga?
What's the matter?
What's wrong? Why won't Angie answer?
Hold on.
Himiko, I was very clear that you were not to speak, yes? But something's weird. Why won't she answer?
Maybe it failed?
Let's see.
Let's light the candles briefly.
Huh?
What? Is that okay?
Just for now. Confused, I walked along the wall back to the candle. Managed to strike a match and light the candle once again. Hey, there's blood coming out from under there!
Hey, what's going on? Did it really fail?
That cannot be.
That shouldn't be the case. The seance was perfect.
What?
Is Angie not coming? Is that still Tenko under there? Tenko?
I see, yes.
I told her that she mustn't speak until the spirit enters her.
She follows orders well, but how about we let her out for now?
Hold on.
Wait, dark arts such as this need to be started and completed in the same way. Those who remove objects from the magic circle must be the same ones who brought them in. If not, the spirit may stay in the medium's body.
Man.
Seeing as how this was a failure, I don't think any spirit is sticking around, but whatever.
All four of us remove the dog statue. Hey, hey, so not only was the circle disturbed, but now there's a floorboard that's been upended. Just like setting up, Kyo instructed us how to clean everything up. Carefully remove everything exactly in the order Kyo directed.
Now, I will remove the sheet.
Kyo pinched the fabric gently and pulled it aside.
Oh? Perhaps.
Something is amiss.
Yeah.
Himiko ran toward the cage at a sprint. Himiko, I told you not to step on the... But she wasn't listening. She jumped onto the cage and...
Tenko!
Fueled by desperation, Himiko grabbed the cage, lifted it up, and... Was her throat slit?
Whoa, double murder!
Really?
Who would have thought there'd be another victim during the investigation? Maybe Monofanny's green puke was predicting
about
this
that second body,
tragedy.
Thank you for the luckiest, thank you luckiest 6 for the 6-7 months of tier 1. So about that second body, huh? It's orange now.
Oh, the puke color's normal now. I guess it was predicting this.
For now.
Everyone, please assemble in the seance room.
The second body discovery announcement played. It didn't take long for everyone to come running.
What?
Tenko! Seriously? What is this? How did this happen?
How'd this happen?
Tenko, Gonta's so sorry. Gonta no could protect you.
Got a minute?
Shuichi, explain the situation. I thought you were conducting the seance. What happened?
Well, that's...
I don't know. What's happening? Rise and shine a sign!
What on earth?
I'm surprised too. I never thought a murder would happen during an investigation. I guess for now, you should maybe start the investigation right away.
Say,
Before that, I would like to confirm something. The culprit who killed Angie may be a different culprit from the one who killed Tenko, yes?
huh?
Huh?
If so...
What happens in the event there are 2 murders by 2 people? What if there are 2 blackened? Will we need to find them both at the class trial?
That's right.
Now that you mention it, that's a good point. What would happen in that scenario?
Huh? What would happen? Monodam, what would happen?
What would happen?
Not that!
Why do you look so lost too, Monodam? I thought you were gonna run things instead of Daddy. I never expected something like this to happen. I don't know what to do, really, I don't know.
Either a degenerate male, or it was magic. Or maybe an interloper.
Magic. Oh man, they're all disorganized. If you can't decide the class trial's objective, then we won't know what to investigate. Father always knows what to do. We should ask him for help.
No way!
Have you forgotten already? Have you already forgotten? Daddy's in no condition to help us. It's all our fault that Daddy ended up like that.
Yeah?
Huh? It's all your fault, Mono. It's all your fault, Mono Fanny? Daddy, help! We don't know what to do on our own. We gotta use the power of love. That ought to snap him back to normal. That won't work. Father is just an empty shell now.
That's right.
That's not true. Anything is possible with the power of love. You'd understand that because you've never been loved before, Monodam.
Daddy!
Daddy, I love you. So please go back to normal.
Father!
I want to see you, Father. I love you with all my heart. Aw, you're making me blush.
Here I am!
I'm back. Were you good while I was away?
Thank you so much, my adorable darling.
Ah, I see. Apparently the bald one is also a cub.
With you running the academy, I was able to fully enjoy my relaxing vacation.
Oh, she's like, I just realized Mono Fanny's looking back.
Oh, that tickles. Father's intense love is getting me all soaked.
Gross.
Daddy, your tongue feels amazing! This better not awaken anything in me.
West Virginia. Country roads, take me home.
Daddy, your tongue feels amazing! This better not awaken anything in me.
Why is it that all the 690 ones come from Danganronpa? Mr. Milligold, thank you for the 87 months of Prime Gaming, and Cartman, thank you for the 100 bits.
Sweet home Alabama indeed.
You're just naming all the songs that have like states in them. West Virginia, Country Roads Take Me Home, and Sweet Home Alabama.
No.
Man, that vacation was just what I needed. It's important to take time off to relax.
To tell you the truth.
Normally, most companies won't let you take time off to go on vacation. But I was able to do it! The secret is just to leave whether you get permission or not. Huh? Wait, so who's the baldy then?
Yeah?
Oh, that's just a part-timer I got to cover me while I was gone.
Hey!
Here's your pay like we agreed on. Now take it and get out of here.
Why?
Huh? I thought you were supposed to be relaxed.
Huh?
Now that nuisance is out of the way, what were you guys talking about again?
Yeah?
Ah, that's right. What happens to your votes if there are two blackened candidates?
I'll answer that.
Well, I have an answer for that. It's first come, first served.
Huh? First come, first served?
Hey,
The blackened who killed the first victim to be discovered will be your target.
in
other words, if the blackened who killed Angie isn't the same one who killed Tenko, then only Angie's killer will be considered the blackened. Basically, Tenko's killer wasted a kill, and Tenko herself is a waste of a victim.
Now then.
Oh, and I'll add this to the school regulations so you can review it later.
That's wild! Someone just got away with murder!
Go ahead.
I also updated the Monokuma file. Do your best to investigate this murder too.
Monokuma File 3 has been updated to the Truth Bullet section.
Boy, everything's going so smoothly now that Father's running things again. Leaders gotta be able to take the decisive action. Indecision is just the worst.
Daddy!
Daddy, you're glowing. You're glowing like a lamp. There's nothing better than being praised by my cute cubs. For as long as you live, I will never let any of you go. He just left us behind while saying he'd never let us go.
How nice!
That's why he's so amazing. Please lick me some more, Daddy.
There's your sound clip if you want that.
So long. Farewell.
So to make sense of all that,
Listen closely.
if both murderers have different culprits, then our vote will determine Angie's killer.
Nope.
But if we don't know if there's a different culprit, do we?
Let's see.
True, we should just investigate Tenko's death as well, just in case.
How exciting!
Finally, things are heating up. I'm getting so excited.
Piece of shit!
God, you fucking psycho!
Shuichi, this is bad. Huh? This is unquestionably bad. I can't believe Tenko was killed. Everyone's upset and confused, and I'm in no shape to help right now.
But you know,
So this is where you need to step up.
listen up.
Listen, Shuichi, the impossible is possible. All you gotta do is make it so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, then let's check the Monokuma file first. The victim is Tenko Chabashira, the ultimate Aikido master. The body was found in the middle of the empty room on the fourth floor. The time of death is approximately 11 a.m. The only visible injury is a stab wound in the back of the neck. Stab wound on her neck, the same as Angie's cause of death. It doesn't look like a coincidence. Maybe it's Angie's curse. Curse?
Jeez.
God, not again. Curse!
Hey!
Help me, Maki Roll!
What? Curse?
Kaito, calm down.
No way there's a curse! Don't screw around!
You're the one who's screwing around. Do you want to die?
A dull sound reverberated through the room. And just like that, Kaito was dead.
Are you okay?
Kaito, are you okay?
My bad.
My bad, Shuichi. I'm starting to feel bad, but for a different reason. I'm gonna get some fresh air, so I'll leave this to you and Maki Roll. Kaito left the room still a bit wobbly. Should we resume the investigation? Time is of the essence.
That's correct.
True, we haven't time to mourn Tenko's death, as our own lives are at risk.
This is...
That's true, but Angie, and then Tenko. And to think earlier I was suspicious of Tenko. I'm sorry, Tenko!
How can this be?
It all Gonta's fault. Gonta failed to protect friends again! Himiko's just losing all of her friends. Tenko's death caught us all off guard. Everyone is panicking. I have to keep it together. I have to work harder, because I'm a detective.
Well...
It's too dark in here. We can't investigate even if we wanted
Got
to.
it.
Gonta bring candles from other room to make this room bright, okay?
No.
No, that won't be necessary.
Yeah, that's not necessary at all.
Huh? Why?
Listen up!
Show him, Kibo. Show him your new power.
Oh, where did Miyu install the light? New power? Where did she install the light?
His eyes lit up!
Oh, I swear she was gonna put it on his dick.
I, Muiruma, the gorgeous girl genius, have installed a new function in Kibo.
The only problem is, it makes him blind while he's using it.
Just leave it to me. I will become the guiding light that shines on you all.
Shine on, shine on! Shine shine on, you crazy fucking diamond!
Crazy Diamond!
Oh,
Man, what a lame function. Should have made him like a transformer or something.
It's okay.
But it's bright now, so we should hurry and investigate.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. Kibo's flashlight function has been added to the truth bullet section of your monopad. White cloth. It's the white sheet we use for the seance. It's placed on top of the cage. Kyo was the one who removed it.
Is this?
This cloth is pretty thick. Similar to a window curtain, but it's completely opaque on the back. Look, there's a blood stain on it, right around the middle of the sheet. But no hole in the fabric. Which means Tenko wasn't stabbed through this cloth.
Okay.
She was stabbed while underneath the
Kaito,
cloth.
what did my 5 fingers said to your face? Slap. Maki roll Kryisk angry.
Oh, I imagine she punched him. White sheet's been added to the truth bullet section of your monopad. It's easy, I placed an explosive device on the back of Tenko's neck. Huh, there's writing on the wall that says help me. It's the wooden dog statue in the seance. I believe it's called the Dog God. During the seance, this wooden statue was on top of the cage. It took 4 of us to remove it. Which means it's Gonta! This wooden statue is pretty heavy.
If I remember correctly.
Kyo said it was about 175 pounds. That's about the weight of 2 girls.
What?
What do you know about girls? Have you even touched a woman besides your mother? What?
I'm kidding.
I'm kidding. Anyway,
Is this?
if this heavy thing was on top of the cage, then Tenko wouldn't have been able to get out easily.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right about that. That didn't sound like you were kidding earlier. Dog statue. Can I see the writing? Yeah, there's the writing. Ta? When I saw the dog schedule statue, it says Tasukete, Tasukete, which is Japanese for help me. I said things that made Tenko look suspicious, and now this. I'm sorry, Tenko.
Stop it.
Cry later.
Huh? Because.
Crying won't bring Tenko back, and if we don't investigate thoroughly, we'll all die too.
Okay.
I need to find the truth and pin down the culprit, for Tenko and all of us.
I guess.
You're right. Tenko would want us to figure it out so she'd have no regrets. That would be the best way to apologize. I'm gonna butcher your name and I apologize. Welcome, Grigiardi. Grigiardi or Grigiardi? I'm not entirely sure which one, so I apologize for mispronouncing that.
Oh, man.
Man, what a lame function. You should have made him like a transformer or something. This investigation is over and shut, and it's all thanks to me for giving Kibo this new function, Grigiardi. Hey, let's go. I can't say that word! I'll get demonetized on YouTube. Now then, Kung Fu's killer is obviously... What are you stupid assholes decided to do this bullshit seance in the first place?
No.
No, not necessarily. Huh? Seriously? This seance was clearly set up to lure her in and kill her. How could someone who wasn't in the room kill her?
Could be.
So you believe that Tenko was killed during the seance?
Fucking moron!
There's no other possibility, shit for brains. God, you don't even know that? It is true that Tenko was alive before the seance began. This is the point of no return, Tenko. After this, you mustn't speak. The next time you open your mouth, it will be Angie speaking through you. Understood. I will not say a word until the seance is over. Tenko answered Kyo. I was right. She didn't say a word again after that. Tenko answered Kyo, so at that point she was most certainly alive. But when the candles were relit, she had already been killed. That means she was killed in the dark, I'm positive. What time exactly was Tenko killed after the candles were blown out?
That may be an important point of this case. Kyo!
That cannot be.
Why did this?
I knew it.
Kyo, I know the murder was pretty shocking.
But of course.
Of course. I am shocked about that as well, but why did the seance fail? We performed all the steps flawlessly. You seem more concerned by that than the murder.
Ah, yes.
Oh, if we perform the caged child again and summon Tenko's spirit this time...
This is stupid.
Cut the crap, just tell me what happened during the seance. Both you and Shuichi were present, right? Did she get killed during the seance?
I see, yes.
True, it may be best to move past what happened to know why the seance failed.
Is that so?
Whatever, just hurry up. At the time, in order to begin the seance, we had Tenko, the spiritual medium, position herself as a turtle within the magic circle so her head touched the marker stone. Then Shuichi and Kokichi placed the cage over Tenko. After that, I placed the white cloth over the cage. Then all four of us placed the wooden statue of the dog god atop the cage. After we stood in the four corners of the room, Kokichi and Shuichi blew out the candles.
Yes.
Finally, we all sang the caged child song. The seance should have been complete, but... now that you mention it, I remember hearing a strange sound during the song. Thunk! It is a mystery to me as well. I thought someone may have tripped, perhaps. It was a pretty loud sound for someone tripping. Perhaps Kyo knows something.
What do you mean?
And then what happened?
Yes.
We called out to her, but no reply came. I had Shuichi and Kokichi relight the candles. Then we removed all items from within the magic circle in the opposite order. First, all four of us removed the dog god statue. Then I took the white cloth off, and then... Himiko ran over to the cage, and the moment she lifted it... Then it sounds like Tenko was definitely killed during the seance.
No.
But would it not be difficult in such darkness? Besides, she was inside the cage, yes? Then when was she killed?
Well, that's...
Yes, that's the problem.
I see, yes.
There is another problem.
How?
And that is, why ever did the seance fail? I simply cannot figure it out.
Perhaps.
Maybe someone moved from their corner. Did someone else sneak in here?
What's the point?
Obviously, since this seance was clearly a sham. Maki never... Oh no. Starting to suspect Kibo. Maki never was one to pull her punches. Sound during the seance has been added to the truth bullet section of your motto pad. Pure darkness, moving floorboards, Kibo has flashlight eyes.
Why?
First Angie, then Tenko.
How can this be?
Gonta's so ashamed. Why Gonta no protect friends?
Leave it to me.
You know that image of like Mario staring directly into Captain Toad's light? That's what it's like talking to Kibo now. Leave it to me. I will become the guiding light that shines on you all. Himiko?
Hey!
Himiko! Hey, Himiko! Be strong, Himiko!
Wait.
Kota, if you shake Himiko that much, she's going to break. But she's not talking. It's like Himiko not even here.
I thought.
She must have been really shocked over Tenko. Let's leave her be for now. Okay. Himiko.
Well...
Do these floorboards seem a little unstable to you? They're tough to walk on. Floorboards aren't nailed down. They're just lying on top of cross pieces. That's what Gonta told me. It's probably the reason they're a little unstable. They've only been laid on top, that's why they're unstable. Well, the boards are fairly thick and sturdy. I can't imagine they'd come loose easily.
Is this...
But if someone wanted to remove a floorboard, they could easily do so, right?
Okay.
Yes, I suppose. If they were doing it from underneath. Ruined magical circle. The magic circle Kyo drew on the floor, well, at least it was.
Oh dear.
It's been completely stomped over. I suppose it was unavoidable.
Well,
Was this drawn with salt?
Yes.
Whenever I perform a seance, I always use salt.
what?
Are you feeling all right? You sound ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous? I have performed many successful seances. Why, I've even had spirits enter my body.
Right already.
Shut up. I don't want to hear about your stupid delusions. Maki really doesn't beat around the bush. It's kind of refreshing, actually. In any case, with all these footprints, I can't make out I can't make out the original circle.
So what?
We'll find out in Kyo's lab. It should be written in the Caged Dog Village document.
Hey,
Isn't that right, Kyo? Seems depressed. I suppose that makes sense. Magical Circle Korra Kyo Drew has been added to the monopad. And Tenko's body. There's the marker stone. There's a rock next to Tenko's body. This must be... Please rest your forehead upon this marker stone I've placed here. It's just a stone I brought from the courtyard. Are you sure it'll work? Certainly. It is merely needed as a marker for her forehead to rest upon. That does cast suspicion on Kyo as well, because it's like, hey, why don't we position you in the perfect position so whatever I have underneath the floorboard successfully kills you? But then why would the stab be in the back of the neck, though? Like this? Tenko had her forehead on this rock hunched over. She had to make herself small to fit inside the cage. Marker stone's been added to the Truth Bolt section. Tenko's dead body. She took her last breath crouched over like this. According to the Monokuma file, her only injury is a stab wound to her neck. This wound was fatal. This must have caused instant death. I didn't hear a scream during the seance. Oh, wait! Understood. I will not say a word until the seance is over. Did Tenko really keep her mouth shut despite the pain?
Nope.
Her death might not have been instant, but she couldn't have gone far before she bled out.
Huh?
What do you mean?
What's the point?
You were concerned about that, right?
Okay.
With a wound this deep, the victim is too shocked to do anything except die. You're speaking from experience.
That's obvious.
Of course, quick deaths are my specialty. Then that makes sense.
By the way,
The real question is, what was she killed with? I don't see a murder weapon around. You're right, I don't see an obvious murder weapon. That could be a clue. Tenko's last moments has been added to the Truth Bolt section of the monopad. And the loose floorboard. This floorboard is loose. It's right under Tenko.
why?
Why is this floorboard loose?
If I remember correctly,
It wasn't like this before. It must have come loose during the seance.
Why?
Why would it come loose during the seance?
but
A floorboard this thick and heavy wouldn't have come loose easily. And someone must have loosened it on purpose. Loose floorboards added to the Truth Bolt section of the monopad. Anything else around here? Kinda wish I could, like, look further. Anything else? Ah, the candles! Candles hung on the walls. They're the only source of light in this room. There are no windows in this room, so without candles it was pitch black. But how'd the culprit kill Tenko in complete darkness? Oh, hole in the corner, there we go. That's where Himiko was, I believe. There's a small opening in the corner of the room. It doesn't look big enough for a person to get through, but still.
Is this?
A hole. It looks like there's space under here too. Oh, hold on. I can see something below. Looks like something dropped down there. What? Something dropped down there?
Got a minute?
After we check everywhere else, why don't we go under the floor and see for ourselves?
Okay.
All right, let's do it. That's not everything, huh? I got the sheet, I got the circle, I talked to everybody. Anything else on Tenko's body? Oh, the dog statue. Oh yeah, where's the cage? I might only be able to check the cage. Yeah, I can only check it from here, okay. This is the cage used in the seance.
Is this?
Looks to be around 3 feet high and 5 feet wide. It's a pretty large iron cage.
Okay.
Big enough for a person to fit inside. During the seance, Kokichi and I covered Tenko with the cage. We were supposed to remove it as well. But it was Himiko who rushed in to remove the cage first.
Hey,
Hey, look at this.
is this?
A bloodstain on the bottom of the cage. Probably Tenko's blood, yeah?
That's true.
Yes, I imagine so. This spatter must have been when she made when she was killed.
What do you mean?
Which means Tenko was killed while she was inside the cage.
Okay.
I think you're right. Tenko went under the cage before the seance. But when the cage was lifted after the seance, she was already dead.
Then,
If she was stabbed right when the cage was lifted, that would explain this bloodstain, right?
Huh?
Perhaps she wasn't killed during the seance, but the exact moment the cage was lifted. That is a possibility. Iron cage has been added to your truth bullet section of the monopad.
Hey,
Excuse me. Maki, we finished investigating up here. Perhaps we should check under the floor?
by the way,
Seems pretty dark down there. What should we use for a light?
That's true.
Let's bring a candle. With Kibo's light from up here, it should be fine.
okay.
Then I'll get a candle. Remove that floorboard so we can go down.
okay.
Okay, got it. I pulled some floorboards near the hole and took the candle from Maki. Then we carefully made our way through the hole and under the floor. This is a lot more spacious than I thought. You can move pretty easily on all fours.
Okay.
Let's look around for clues.
Well,
It'd look pretty stupid if we found no clues after crawling around this dusty place.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, there's our murder weapon. There's a sickle here, and there's blood all over it.
Okay.
The blood on the sickle is fresh. This is it. This is the murder weapon.
is this?
This came from my research lab.
Huh?
It did?
Well,
A sickle can be used to assassinate a target. It can be thrown without losing any lethality, and you can hide it under your clothes too. All right, so just so we're clear, Maki is the offspring of Yor and Agent 47, right?
Well,
If she was attacked with this, she wouldn't stand a chance. The blade is about 6 inches thick.
that's right.
Sickles are smaller than scythes. Think of a sickle as more like a quarter of the size of a scythe. And since Tenko was in the cage, she wouldn't have been able to defend herself. But even if this is our murder weapon, how did the culprit attack Tenko in the cage? The blade could fit through the gaps in the cage, but could it reach her neck? Oh my god.
That's true.
The cage is 3 feet high. If you were to stab it into it with a 6-inch blade, well, it would depend on Tenko's posture, but I don't think it's impossible. Then her posture is the question. Hey, if the weapon is down here, the culprit must have thrown it away, right?
That's true.
Perhaps after killing Tenko, the culprit threw the sickle under the floor in the dark. Or they could have been under the floor the entire time. Either of those is possible. It's interesting. Hello, cut crosspiece. Look, part of the crosspiece that supports the floorboard is cut off.
That's true.
It's near the loose floorboard, and the portion that's missing is about the same width, too. And from what I can see of it,
That's true.
it wasn't broken off naturally. This was cut by someone. There should be saws in the warehouse. They could have used that. Question is, why? Another crosspiece is supporting the floorboard, so it might not fall if this portion is still missing.
Then,
So what purpose did this serve? Uh-oh. Yeah, here, Kyo is becoming a lot more suspicious now. Don't cross the salt circle, don't ruin the salt circle. AKA, don't accidentally step on the loose floorboard and ruin my plan. Floorboard underneath Tenko's body is loose, and the crosspiece supporting it has been cut. If the culprit did all this, then why? There's also blood on it, which we didn't really talk about. Dripping blood from the gaps in the floorboards. Blords? Fresh blood. This is definitely Tenko's. Dried blood. There's a bloodstain on the ground underneath the loose floorboard. It's pretty far from where Tenko's blood is dripping down. It's under the same floorboard, just at different ends. Why is there blood here?
Hey.
Hey, the back of the floorboard. Oh my god, floorboard has blood on it too.
Ah.
You're right, there's a little bit of blood on the underside of this floorboard.
What do you mean?
Did Tenko's blood splatter here when she got killed?
That's true.
I wonder. I can't really be sure just yet.
Okay.
These bloodstains here are completely dry. There must be some reason these particular stains are dry. Dried blood under the floor has been added to the truth bullet section of the monopad, and the loose floorboard has been updated. Oh, there's the whoa! Some of the wood is corroded and is broken off, so you can see into the next room.
Hey.
This is the wall of the empty room, right? It looks like there's wood along the wall. This part is rotted away. It looks like natural rot. This hole wasn't made intentionally.
Voting Floorlord for raid message tonight.
Hate you all. Hate you all so much. But I can get to the next room from through here.
That's true.
If I remember correctly, the room next door is also empty, right? Then the culprit could have gone from room to room by moving under here instead of using the hallway.
No.
True, but it would have been difficult moving around under the floor. We did all right because we had a light. Without that, it'd be pitch black. That might make it impossible to move around in here.
Nope.
Then they could have used a light, like we're doing right now.
Well.
True. They used a light to move around under the floor? Is that possible? Till we finished, I think we finished investigating here.
Is that all right?
Maki, you want to head back up? Glad you asked. I was starting to get fed up with all this dust. After Maki and I crawled out from under the floor, we put the floorboards back and returned to our investigation.
By the way.
We've only been investigating this room. Are you sure that's wise?
Huh?
What do you mean?
Because.
If Angie and Tenko have different killers, then the Blacken we need to vote for
You're
is...
right.
the culprit of the first murder. The culprit who killed Angie. That's what Monokuma said.
Then.
So instead of investigating Tenko's death, shouldn't we be investigating Angie's?
Okay.
Yes, of course.
But
this is bigger than the killing game. For the sake of the two who died, I need to reveal the truth of both their deaths. Well, I understand why you feel that way. But if you plan on investigating the other crime scene again, we should probably hurry. Would you like to leave? Yes. I would like to investigate like the left or right room. When I came out to the hallway, a scene more surprising than I could ever imagine unfolded.
It's a lie!
Oh my god. I was gonna say, thank God! It's a lie! Uso dayo! Did I surprise you? You were gonna scream and cry in terror?
Huh?
What are you doing?
Oh?
Sorry, I'm just a little lightheaded from blood loss. Yeah, this is real blood.
Why?
Okay, so what are you doing? I got curious about something, so I decided to search the empty room next door. Then suddenly, I stepped through the floorboard.
Huh?
You stepped through a floorboard?
So mean.
Jeez, that got me good. Because of this, I tripped and fell pretty hard.
Got a minute?
If you're going to lose consciousness, do it after you tell us everything. Oh, sorry, my bad. I guess there was no crosspiece supporting the floorboard, so I kind of stepped through. What bad luck. The crosspiece was gone. What does that mean? Clefairy. Huh?
Confidence. Dreams. That's what the killing game is all about.
When Luca got this scene, she chastised Checkers like she would her son Bagel.
Killing game fans, hold your head high and watch with your own two eyes. Baseball, soccer, mobile games, they're all nothing compared to the killing game.
And then this game was ported to mobile.
The killing game just can't be beat. Behold, students, the entrance to the trial grounds.
What? I guess time's up.
Oh man, it's because of you guys. I didn't have enough time to check something. Huh? What were you trying to check?
See?
I wanted to re-research the seance again, so I brought this document with me. But unfortunately, couldn't find anything new that could be used as a clue. Kyo perfectly reenacted the seance as was written in the document. He drew his magic circle the exact way as in the picture. Not only that, he used the exact same tools too. Nothing suspicious about this whole thing. Well, I wanted to check the finer details, but I'll tell you later. At the class trial. So, see you there. Wump. Kokichi left. Blood loss clearly affecting his footing a bit. Bloody Kokichi has been added to the truth bullets section of your monopad. Let's go too.
That's true.
Yeah, okay. Is Maki nervous? I see, so even she gets nervous sometimes.
Do you want to die?
What are you staring at? Do you want to die? Uso Dayo! Is there anybody on the way? No, I'm just fucking with you. God damn, trip down the stairs again. It would appear we all have gathered, but it seems there are less and less of us.
Oh.
Less friends means that it's much harder to solve mystery.
Don't worry.
Well, don't worry. I'm sure you've gotten a little smarter by now, Gonta. Yeah, Gonta do his best to help. I'd want you to graduate from super idiot level to at least Kaito idiot level.
What?
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
Are you okay?
More importantly, are you okay, Kaito?
Ah.
Yeah, I'm feeling better now. But wow, Maki Roll sure does pack a punch.
I don't know.
It's your fault. You don't need to worry about our dwindling numbers. Only dipshits have died so far.
That being said,
I know it's a tall order, but try to use use your brains this time so I don't have to use mine. Oh, something just occurred to me. Hang on, I have to look something up. There's I've discovered a scale in this game of ranking characters, but I forgot one of the characters' names, so give me a second. Okay. So there is a scale. It's Miyu on one end, Asahina from the first game on the other end, and then Akane in the dead center of those two. Like, it's basically like, you know, there's like the Venn diagram of like it's a blue beaver playing guitar and a yellow duck playing keyboard. In the center is a green platypus playing the guitar. Akane is the Venn diagram overlap of Asahina and Miyu. I know it's a tall order, but oh yeah, I don't have to use mine.
Booyah!
These golden brain cells of mine are a gift to the entire world.
Unacceptable.
It's as though every time you open your mouth, you become less likable.
rest in peace.
Atua, please lend us your power.
But
It may be difficult for us to rely on Atua. Consider what happened to Angie, whom Atua loved most of all.
well, you know.
Shouldn't have relied on Atua in the first place. Seriously, it's kind of funny seeing a robot believe in God, especially Atua.
I also.
So what? Robots can believe in God.
Indeed.
Actually, before I even met Angie, I had a similar experience. It was while Mia was installing these lights. Hearing voices, I mean.
And Miyu are on the booby and intelligence scale. Brain power means the boobies are smaller.
They're pretty close to one end of that. Like, there's definitely like a scale for those three in particular where like that's the case, but it's a part of a much grander scale where they're part of the idiot side. You might call it an inner voice. It tells me what to do whenever I'm in trouble.
Got a minute?
How long are you gonna say that for? Atua and Ghost don't matter right now.
Jeez.
Yeah, the trial this time is gonna be rough. We got caught in Monokuma's trap. Huh? His trap?
That's right.
He probably made a fourth floor so scary on purpose to prevent me from investigating.
Right already.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way.
Hey, so...
Shuichi, say something!
Huh?
What should I say?
Oh, that's right. Boob lust.
And that's why the grandest in scale are the metrics for that scale.
Oh my god. Maki roll?
Okay.
Atua and Ghost don't matter right now. The culprit is... Amogus. Sumugi! So in the end, the culprit really was... No, it's nothing. We can talk about it once the trial starts. You okay? No, she's still in shock. Oh, poor Himiko. My poor wizard friend. Going to do his best to help!
Please wait.
It's true, though I don't know if it can be attributed to God per se. I can hear an inner voice guiding me when I don't know what to do. I can't explain why, but I believe that voice will lead me to hope as long as I listen to it.
On your knees.
Shut up! Why the fuck is a robot talking about God anyway? It's unseemly.
You're so dumb.
That inner voice is probably just a radio or something, like in taxis and stuff. Show me to the exit, think of the 108 months of tier 1.
That is not funny.
Subtract 9 from these and I got
It
99
is unwise
problems
of
and
me
they
to
are all
confide
named
in you
Tom.
all.
I already made a Hero 108 joke last time, so this is the best I can do.
All your problems are named Tom. Hi, Miyu, what horrible thing are you gonna say now?
Listen up.
Try using your brain cells to go the entire world, okay. Koikichi. I respected Angie and Tenko so much since the moment we met!
Shut up!
Shut up! Nothing's gonna be solved by crying about it!
All right already.
Besides, that was a lie, wasn't it?
It's a lie.
Yep, you guys have figured me out already, so there's no point in keeping up the act.
Uso dayo! Kokichi never changes, no matter what situation he's in. Kaito Momota.
Damn.
This trial's gonna be rough, since I couldn't do any investigating. Why did the seance fail? I never did figure out why. I see he's still more interested in that than the case. The Monokuma statue! Muscle, 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 muscle! Yo, what's your regimen like? Sorry, I gotta dip down to this protein fountain. As usual, we walk toward the elevator in silence. As soon as we remaining... Christian? I need to check on the dog real quick. Just Christian taking a nap. He jumped up on a bed and it was a weird thing.
Motofumacho Anarchy, the search for the protein of despair.
Oh my god. He wasn't snoring, you know, he just jumped up on the bed. We descended. Oh god, Kaito's missing an arm! Perhaps because there were fewer of us, the elevator seemed to move faster. And so we fell faster and faster, downward into the black. The elevator stopped, and just like always, the doors parted ways slowly. Excuse me. The light that shines on us from the other side, the bright light of our future. Or is it?
Uh-oh.
Boy, they look really depressed. That's because there's even less participants now.
Catch you! Thank you for the 59 months in Tier 1.
Danganronpa.
Danganronpa.
Don't say they look depressed. You'll make Monodom sad. As much as I'd love to keep hearing this adorable back and forth.
Now then.
Let's hurry up and get this started.
Extreme!
At last, the class trial will begin. I hope you enjoy it to your heart's content.
The third class trial was about to begin. Angie Yanaga, the ultimate artist. She created the Ultimate Academy Student Council to try to prevent the killing game. Then Tenko Chabashira, the ultimate Aikido master. She hated men, but I knew that she hated this terrible killing game even more. The two who were killed were both trying to stop the killing. And who was the one who killed them? Was it one person? Two different people? Or did Tenko kill Angie and then or did Tenko kill Angie and then Angie's murderer got killed? We need to pin that down in this class trial. In order to live, we have to find the truth. And I will fight for it. I will fight with truth and lies in this class trial. I do want to save, yes. I wanted to save. This is actually a good opportunity for me. I know I just took a small break to go check on the dog, but this is an opportunity for me to take a longer break. So let me go ahead and save. Hopefully it doesn't just start up without me. There we go. And we will be right back after a quick ad break. We return. All right. Let's look at our skills, because I think we unlocked... We've got more friendship fragments to buy stuff with. I've got 7.
Time for Professor Lay It On Thick to get to work once again.
2D love. Oh, I didn't set that one. Oh yeah, that's right. Some panels be filling. Yeah, no, I didn't like that one because I thought it'd be better if I didn't do that. Tension gauge will increase at a faster rate, effective during armament argument. Armament. Removes the time penalty for breaking non-erasable pieces. The effect during the imagination excavation. Clear mind. Kira, debate scrums. Librarian's glare instantly silences loud voices. I gotta go with Librarian's glare because mass panic is the one that's like that gives me agita. View handbook. All right, looking at the truth bullets. Monokuma file number 3. The victim is the ultimate artist Angie Yanaga. The victim's body was discovered in the Ultimate Artist Research Lab. The time of death is approximately 2 a.m. The victim killed by a fatal stab wound to the torso. Additionally, she has fatal lacerations on her forehead. Or no, not fatal lacerations. She's got lacerations on her forehead. Second victim is the ultimate Aikido master, Tenko Chabashira. The victim's body was discovered in the vacant room on the 4th floor. It's estimated the time of death is 11 a.m. The victim was stabbed in the back of her neck, resulting in death. No other injuries were detected. Samugi's account. Angie had locked herself in the Ultimate Artist Lab since yesterday working on the ritual. She would not unlock the door unless someone from the student council asked her to. The student council members were Gonta, Kibo, Himiko, Tenko, and Samugi. Art Lab's back door. The door is a sliding lock. When Angie's body was found, the sliding lock was locked from the inside. The handle of the sliding lock moves with the slightest touch. Something gold and shiny was on the handle. Lab front door. This door is a cylindrical lock. Monodam swallowed the only key, so it can only be locked and unlocked from inside the lab. Before Angie's body was found, the door was locked, but Kokichi opened it by picking the lock. Kokichi's lockpicking. Kokichi can lock and unlock the front door of the Ultimate Artist Lab with his lockpicking skills. Necronomicon. A book Monokuma prepared as a motive. Angie attempted to carry out the book's resurrection ritual. The Necronomicon resurrection ritual. Prepare an effigy of the dead soul you wish to contact. Everyone may participate. The size and shape of the effigy is irrelevant. Make it out of whatever materials you wish. If it's not obvious who the effigy is supposed to be, label it with the name of the deceased. After preparing the effigy, burn this Necronomicon to ashes. Use caution. Be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning. Sprinkle the ashes on the effigy and repeat the name of the deceased 3 times. Then close your eyes and wait. After a while, you should feel a light tap on your back. If so, that means the ritual is a success. The ashes are only good for 1 use. The ritual can only be performed once, so use it wisely. Interesting. Forehead injury. Considering the laceration, the injury on the victim's forehead was not bleeding as much as it should. Bloody duct tape. Bloody piece of duct tape stuck to her hair. The blood has already dried. The blood that was flowing from the back of Angie's neck created a pool. I can only assume that this was used to block the laceration on her forehead. Effigies hung upside down. The 4 wax effigies that were created for the resurrection ritual. They are exact replicas of the late Rantaro, Kaede, Ryoma, and Kirumi. They were hung upside down from the ceiling beams in the Ultimate Artist Lab. Gold leaf katana. It was stabbed into the hung Kaede effigy. Because the katana is so old, the handle's gold leaf rubs off easily. There was blood on the tip. It was taken from the Ultimate Anthropologist Lab, so only the sheath is left in the case. Anyone could have entered the lab. In order to perform the cage... Oh my god. In order to perform the cage child, you need 5 people, including the spirit medium, a dark place with no light. First, draw the magic circle, pass down the cage dog village on the ground. Then the spirit medium must place their forehead on a stone and curl up like a turtle. They must do this at the center of the circle. After the other 4 must make the following preparations. Place the iron cage over the spirit medium, then cover the cage in a white cloth. Finally, place the dog god on top of the cage. Take care not to step on the magic circle during preparations. Finally, turn off all the lights and make it completely dark, and your preparations will be complete. The seance will commence with all 4 participants stand in the corner of the room. The 4 participants, not including the spirit medium, will sing the caged child song. After the song, ask, is the caged child, and then say the name of the spirit. Spirit medium will reply with the voice of the spirit you have summoned. Kibo's flashlight function. A function that Miyu had added to Kibo, he can emit blinding light from his eyes. White sheet. The sheet that was over the iron cage during the seance. It's very thick and cannot be seen through. There's blood on the back, so the middle of the, around the middle of the sheet, but there's no hole in the fabric. Whoops. Kyo was the one who placed the sheet over the cage and removed it off the cage. Dog statue. The wooden statue was put on top of the iron cage during the seance. It weighs about 175 pounds. Shuichi, Kokichi, Kyo, and Himiko worked together to put it up and remove it from the cage. Sound during seance. During the seance, there was a loud sound while it was still completely dark. Magic circle Korakio drew. The magic circle that was drawn in salt. It was drawn on the floor of the room where the seance was held. After Tenko's body was found, the magic circle was trampled on. That made it impossible to check the original shape. Marker stone. During the stone that was by Tenko's body. During the seance, Tenko had crouched over the iron cage with her forehead on this stone. Tenko's last moments. Tenko died in a crouched position. The injury on the back of her neck was deep, but probably not enough to kill her immediately. Loose floorboards. The loose floorboard right below Tenko. It was not loose before the seance. There was dried blood in the bottom part of the floorboard. Hole in the corner. A hole that was in the corner of the room the seance was held in. There was space under the floor so you could see what was dropped there. Iron cage. The iron cage that Tenko was in during the seance is around 3 feet high and 5 feet wide. Oops. Shuichi and Tenko placed this over Tenko, and Himiko removed it. Tenko's blood was on the bottom of the cage. Sickle under the floor. The sickle that was under the floor in the room the seance is held in. The weapon came from the Ultimate Assassin's Lab. The blade is about 6 inches and was covered in blood, and the blood was still wet. Cross piece under the floor. One of the cross pieces that was, what's the matter, big guy? I hear you whining. One of the cross pieces that support the loose floorboards on the room the seance was held in. The only portion that supports the floorboard was cut off. It wasn't broken naturally, it looks like someone had purposely cut it. Dried blood under the floor. Small amount of blood that was on the ground under the floor of the room the seance was held in. It's quite far from where Tenko's body was dripping. Bloody Kokichi. While Kokichi was investigating the neighboring room where the seance was, he stepped through one of the floorboards that room also had part of a crosspiece cut off. Portion of the portion that supported the floorboard. Hi. You gonna be good? All right. 2 victims, potentially 2 killers.
Now then, let's begin with the basic explanation of the class trial. During the trial, you'll present your arguments for who the culprit is, and vote for who done it.
Quotation marks.
Vote correctly, and only the blackened will be punished. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will graduate from this academy. Also, refusing to vote will result in your death.
Why are you barking in my bedroom? Hey, Christian! Big guy. Sorry about that. My roommate's been going out a lot recently. So Christian's still like getting used to that, and he's had a couple of accidents in my bathroom during that time, cuz he's acting out cuz he misses his mommy.
Now, smiles everyone. It's showtime. Let's get this crazy awesome trial underway!
Sorry, everyone. I don't think I'm gonna be much help this time.
You weren't much help in the earlier ones.
Because of Monokuma's disruptions, I couldn't do a thorough investigation.
I can tell Monokuma is overcompensating to hide his self-consciousness.
Next time, spend less time fixing your hair and more time investigating, spaceman!
Shut up! I don't need to hear some comedy act from you 2 weirdos.
Who did it? Who killed Angie and Tenko?
Do not let your emotions hasten your judgment. There may be 2 killers.
So, our other culprit might not be one of us here.
Hmm? What do you mean?
The transfer student.
Oh my god.
Maybe our resurrected transfer student dragged Angie and Tenko into the grave.
Stop it! Stop making stuff up!
Say something, Shuichi. It'll be a mess if this keeps going on.
I'm sorry. I just noticed Angie's, like, they all have, like, X's over them when they die, right? Angie's, instead of an X, is a halo and angel wings. Whoops, I missed that.
Girl, when is it not a mess?
This
I
crime
need
was
the
committed by the
Necronomicon.
recently deceased. They came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates.
Whoops!
No!
So, ritual did work?
No, dummy! No dummy and yes dummy shirt now available at shop.tomfox.com.
I don't think Angie's ritual succeeded.
According to the Necronomicon Monokuma showed us, you have to burn the Necronomicon in the ritual.
Don't forget to use code NODUMMY on your order to get 10% off of those specific shirts. After preparing the effigy, burn this Necronomicon to ashes. Use caution, be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning. Sprinkle the ashes on the effigy and repeat the name of the deceased 3 times.
If Angie's ritual had succeeded, the book would have been gone.
So she must have been killed before the ritual was complete, since the book was still intact.
Carbon monoxide is heavier than air, right? Because like a lot of times when people have carbon monoxide poisoning, it's from like single-story houses or like in basements.
Then, going to think Rantaro probably not culprit.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Well, duh. There's no way a dead person could resurrect.
Now hold on a second. I can't let that comment stand. Sure, everybody knows that you can't bring the dead back to life. But it's easy at the Ultimate Academy, as long as you use the Necronomicon.
What are you talking about? There's no way that's possible.
But it's true. I never lie about motives.
Daddy said so he can't be wrong. Raising the dead is totally possible.
Oh, totally.
Man, I can't believe you guys wasted such a perfectly good motive. You should have let me use it to bring Monodum back to life.
Monodum is still alive, though.
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't waste a resurrection on Monodum's corpse.
Oh, damn. Meanwhile, he's still silent.
Oh? So resurrecting the dead was actually possible this whole time?
She's having fun.
There's no way it's possible!
There's no way that could happen, idiots. Monokuma is trying to confuse us. Let's hurry up and find out who the Blackened is.
If our transfer student isn't the culprit, then blame falls to one of us.
Who? Who did it?
Step aside, Half Pint. I'll handle this.
Oh, boy. Oh.
I don't know about Tenko, but I'm pretty fucking sure Kyo murdered Angie.
What? Why?
Don't play dumb with me, Creepshow. I already know what happened.
Art Lab front door, back door, Kokichi's lockpicking and Samugi's
used
account.
a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Ooh, that doesn't make it look good.
Shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke in, and murdered the fuck out of Angie! Booyah! I'm a fucking genius!
Let's see. Is Corky really the culprit? Does that fit the story of this case? We should think for the beginning.
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie.
What was Samugi's account? Angie had locked herself in the artist lab until yesterday working on the ritual. She would not unlock the door unless someone from the student council asked her to. Okay, so that's Samugi's account then.
And it was found in Kyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom.
No, dummy! V!
No, Kyo would not have been able to enter Angie's lab. Isn't that right, Tsumugi?
Huh? Why me?
Yeah. Before Angie locked herself up in her research lab, she said she wasn't going to open up for anyone but student council members.
And Kyo is not a member. She wouldn't have opened the door for him.
Kyo couldn't have killed Angie even if he wanted to.
I had no desire to kill her in the first place.
So whoever killed Angie must have been one of the student council members, yeah?
I was doing a bit to lead you to the right answer. Can't believe you actually got it.
Oh, how clever.
Don't praise her,
You
Gonta.
can just ignore her, Gonta.
Thank you. Thank you, Tsumugi.
The remaining student council members are Gonta, Kibo, Tsumugi, and Himiko.
Well, it can't be Himiko. She was besties with Angie. I trust their friendship. You guys do too, right?
That was a lie.
Yeah, of course.
Can we trust their friendship so readily?
Obviously. Let's believe in them.
That trims our list of suspects down to 3. Gonta, Tsumugi, and Kibo.
Yep. The culprit is one of those 3 people.
You mean one of those 2 people? Because a robot ain't people, Jack!
Damn,
I
dude.
will let that remark slide.
He's right next
Aren't
to
these
you!
accusations just a tad too hasty?
Whatevs. The culprit should confess already. Gonta, Keyboy, or Tsumugi. Well,
No, not Gonta. Gonta would never kill Angie.
Oh, shoot. We're gonna have them all talking over each other, huh?
Gonta's a gentleman. You shouldn't suspect either of us.
Hey, stick up for me too.
Gonta definitely not hurt anyone. Torture Gonta if you don't believe.
Torture might be a bit too far, but Gonta and I aren't the culprits.
And I'm not the culprit either. Jeez.
Gonta
I'm not the
We're
culprit.
not the culprit.
Hooray! They're all talking over each other! Mass panic debate start! Art Lab backdoor, Kokichi's lockpicking Necronomicon. Sliding lock. Angie's body was found. Sliding lock was looking from inside. Okay, Kokichi's lockpicking. Can lock and unlock the front door.
Consider other
Robots
possible.
really be like I want to be blamed too.
Necronomicon. All right, stuff. Okay, so that's all the stuff about the ritual.
Abilities.
And Tsumugi's account, which we already just used, so logically it probably isn't that. Angie had locked herself in the Ultimate Artist Lab until yesterday. Okay, so hold on.
Surely there must be suspects outside the
Not
student
betray
council.
Student council.
that's utterly impossible.
For last night.
A dead chick
Not just
can't be the
anyone could open
culprit.
that door.
Why?
Only student council members.
No, dummy! V! At least it should be V. Because I should have hit the spot.
No, it wasn't just student council members that could have opened that lab door.
What was it you said earlier about Kyo opening the door, Shuichi? Unless you're a student council member, you can't enter Angie's lab, right?
I was referring to Kyo. He couldn't have done it, but you could have. Because I saw you open the classroom lock by picking it.
Kokichi pulled out some thin needles and stuck them into the keyhole of the lock. Click, click, click. Clack. There, open sesame. There, open sesame.
Oh, that happened? I totally forgot.
So you're going to pretend you don't remember, huh?
Quit glaring at me like that. Of course I remember. Yeah, I did it.
You picked the lock, didn't kill him.
I killed Angie.
There we go, there's another lie.
Wait, what? What did you just say?
I picked the lock to her lab, snuck into the room, and then wham! Killed Angie. The culprit was me, all along.
What? What are you saying? Is this some kind of joke?
Nah, no joke. I thought that if I confessed, I could atone for my sins. And it helped. I feel so much better. Whew!
Kokichi? The actor who plays Kokichi sounds like they had a blast playing Kokichi. Just being able to be this shit kid that's constantly lying and being problematic. God, it seems so fun.
Wait, so Kokichi really is culprit?
Derek Steven.
No,
Derek Steven
he's
Prince.
lying. I think. Maybe?
He's lying. I'm certain of it.
No, definitely not a lie. I killed Angie.
Why do you go French there for a second?
Shouldn't you guys believe the culprit when they confess?
Then let me ask you, culprit, how did you lock the room?
Huh? Well, it's the same as opening it. You pick the door closed from the outside.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Huh? What doesn't make sense? Can't you lock a door by picking it?
Maybe, but that's not how the culprit locked the room. They used a different method.
Sliding lock on the back door?
Yeah, Mumbles. Use your big boy voice and explain yourself.
There were 2 doors to the classroom, and the one locked last was...
The back door.
That's it!
I got it! It's me,
back
Sonic
door.
the Hedgehog!
That's how they made this a locked room mystery.
Still can't get over the fact that Shuichi just sounds like a deeper voiced 4Kids era Sonic the Hedgehog.
The back door had a sliding lock, yes? How was it locked from the outside?
The culprit used a certain tool.
Culprit used the tool, used the lock. The outside was Mind Mine. It would have had to been the katana, right? Or the katana, not the katana itself, but the katana. My God, why can't I think of it? The sheath. It wasn't the sheath? Well, that ain't good. It would have been, I guess it would have had to have been the katana itself then.
I see it! The gold leaf katana that was stabbed into Kaede's effigy. The culprit used that to hit the knob of the sliding lock to lock the door.
But it's still inside!
So the gold leaf was on the sliding lock because...
Because when the katana hit the lock, some of the gold leaf rubbed off on it. The gold
Oh!
leaf on that katana
I get it
hit
now.
Kyo
That's why it was stuck
easily.
into Kaede. So they can start spinning. They started spinning Kaede's effigy, opened the door, closed the door, and then the katana hit the lock.
That evidence rings a bell. Specifically, a school bell.
11037.
Huh? Are you
talking about a different school? What school was it?
Now, that doesn't matter anymore. Let's not dwell on the past.
Ooh, the gold leaf landed on the sliding lock when the katana touched it. So that means the culprit used the katana to move the sliding lock, right?
But how would he have done that if he was still inside?
Wait, how did they move it with the katana? And from outside Angie's lab?
The clue that might give us the answer is the layout of the area itself. It was an odd setup after all. The katana stabbed into the effigy. The effigy's hung upside down.
Angie didn't do that as part of the ritual?
No. Nowhere in the Necronomicon did it say you had to hang the effigies.
If it was not part of the ritual, then it must have been for a different purpose, right?
Different purpose? What could it have been? To lock the sliding door! Culprit somehow used the setup to lock the room. In that case, I need to know the reason behind every step of that setup. If I do that, the culprit locked the room. The way the culprit locked the room should be clear. Taxi time! Oh, got it. There we go. Yeah, 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 yeah! A, O, in. What turned the sliding dick? Lock. Turn! Turn! The katana's hilt!
Shuichi picking up ladies of the night in his dreams.
Oh my god, I forgot that this was like an escort thing. Ah, E! Huh? Ka! To! E! Ta! Ah! I looked deep in her eyes and said, "Hey baby, I'm a gazillionaire." What was done to make the katana turn the lock? Rotation! Tusk Act 4! The knife, the katana was stabbed into the effigy.
When I said I wanted to buy a vowel, I didn't mean for it to have an escort.
Angie. Spin! Shuichi isn't the ultimate, he can't be the ultimate detective. He's the ultimate taxi driver! How was the effigy manipulated to make the katana affect the lock? Spinning the effigy! Spin! Good.
It connects.
Got it! All right! Sonic!
That's it. The reason the culprit stuck the katana into the effigy was so that it would hit the sliding lock as the effigy spun.
Effigy spun?
That's right. If you spun the effigy, the rope it was hanging from would twist.
No, Gonta, thread was
If you
spun.
let it go, the rope would unwind and the effigy would spin the other way. And of course, the katana would spin with it.
Katana. Oh, and I see. Once it was low enough, it would hit the lock.
So the culprit used the katana's counterspin to push the lock into place?
The culprit simply needed to spin the effigy's rope and then swiftly leave. This would cause the spinning katana to hit the sliding lock. And thus was the back door of an empty classroom locked from the inside.
I have to sneeze.
Yes, that's how Angie's lab was locked. By using the effigy with the katana.
A plan born from the heart of a sword traveling through the air to intercept us.
You and your anime references.
But could it have moved the slide lock so easily?
Yes, it could have.
The sliding lock was pretty loose. A little push could move it. As long as the spinning katana hit the lock, it would have slid into position.
Yay.
Even if the culprit failed the first couple times, they could keep trying until it locked.
Which is why the culprit chose to strike at nighttime, as to avoid detection.
Yes, since the student council prohibited anyone from walking around at nighttime.
Are you saying it's the student council's fault?
I didn't say that.
I didn't say that.
The culprit probably used the murder weapon for this trick. It had to have been the right length to hit the sliding lock from the effigy.
The culprit couldn't find a blade long enough in my lab, so they settled for the katana.
The other effigies were only hung up so we'd think it was some kind of ceremony. That way, we wouldn't notice the lock trick.
Oh my god, Kaito's smart!
But Kokichi did say earlier that he could have picked the lock closed. I don't want to completely ignore that possibility. But I can't imagine the culprit would have done all this just for a distraction.
If that's the case, then Kokichi's confession earlier was actually...
Seriously? You fucking lied again?
Cough it up, Kokichi!
Oh, man. You guys got me. Okay, I'm not the culprit.
That sounds like something I'd do in Among Us. Yeah, I totally killed them. Even if I'm not like the jester, even if I gain nothing from that, that's something that I would do in like, in a game scenario, not in like a killing game scenario.
You're telling the truth this time, right?
I want to say I'm lying, but I'm not.
But how do we know you're not lying about lying?
Culprit?
I wanted to lure the culprit out. If I claimed to be the culprit, then the real culprit would agree as well. You get me? And if they pressured me to confess, then that would have looked mighty suspicious. Sheesh. Darn it. It didn't go my way because Shuichi butted in on my plan.
You and your fucking lies! Go sit in the corner and play with yourself!
Okay, I'll start right now.
Oh god!
Alright, so who's the asshole who set up this locked room mystery?
Are we just gonna hear from the corner? Kokichi, not so loud! We're trying to figure out who got murdered.
Mew, I can't hold it up anymore.
What's the matter? You going soft on me now?
Who made the locked room mystery doesn't matter since anyone could have done it. Don't you even understand something as basic as that, you filthy cum dumpster?
Jesus.
Cum dumpster! Finally! Someone finally called me a cum dumpster!
What
Or a
should
cumster
we
for
talk
short.
about now?
We must focus not on the locked room, but on who entered Angie's lab. Only one of the student council members or Kokichi could have gained entry. Therefore, the culprit must be among their number.
That leaves us with 4 suspects. Tsumugi, Gonta, Kibo, and Kokichi.
Don't forget Himiko. She's also a part of the student council. Doesn't matter if she was besties with Angie, she's still a suspect.
What was that about trusting in their friendship?
That contradicts what you said earlier, which I can prove using my recording function.
It's fine. That's just a waste of time.
Me? A suspect? I never kill Angie!
So, calling all suspects, what should we discuss next? I want to hear everyone's opinion. What would you say to get yourself off the suspect list?
Why are you trying to lead the debate? You're a suspect too.
Silence, outsider. Only the suspect rangers are allowed to speak.
I get the feeling that I'm about to go into a head-to-head confrontation.
I agree. Those under suspicion should explain themselves thoroughly.
We might catch them with their pants down!
Anyway, I want to ask the suspect rangers. What should we talk about? What should we say to get ourselves off the suspect list? Well, guys, I want to hear what you think.
That's sort of a difficult question, you know?
Gonta not
bark,
smart
bark.
enough to know answer to that.
Yes, it is difficult to formulate a logical response to that question.
Not articulate with words, huh? Don't you guys want to prove your innocence?
They don't trust you one bit, and I don't blame them. You're probably plotting.
Why did Tenko have to die?
Huh?
I want to know what happened to Angie too, but... Can we talk about Tenko's case now and not just Angie?
I got you exactly where I wanted, Himiko.
What do you mean?
The 2 victims could have been killed by 2 separate murderers, you know. So we need to find the first Blackened responsible for the first victim. We gotta figure out who killed Angie. Until we solve Angie's case, Tenko's case is meaningless. Did you suggest that to waste our time?
It's not meaningless!
Punch him! Punch him! Himiko.
Tenko's death was meaningless? How dare you! Poor Tenko! How could you do this to her? Himiko...
Himiko, stop it with your crappy lies.
Lies?
Everything you said is total BS. You didn't give 2 shits about Tenko when she was alive. But now you're like, oh no, poor Tenko, after she's dead. Come on, really?
Kokichi, enough!
No. It's okay. It's no surprise he'd think that. I know I ignored Tenko before. That's why I'm so upset now. I should have faced Tenko. Worked things out with her while she was still alive. But now, it's too late. I can't complain to her or thank her. It's too late.
Yeah, seriously. It's way too late to realize that now. Our only option is to face her death head on.
So says me, Kaito Momoto, luminary of the stars!
Her death?
Himiko, I understand what you're going through. So I'm gonna help you out. Let's work together to find the truth.
I understand what you're going through, if I lost my grandparents while I was here, I would be devastated. Meanwhile, Shuichi's like,
I'm not gonna let anyone say her death didn't matter.
Kaito. All right. I'll put a silencing curse on whoever calls Tenko's death meaningless.
She'll kick you in the throat.
The name of the curse is Death Curse.
I suppose being dead would silence someone pretty good.
Listen up! All you guys are gonna help out too. Abandoning someone who died and only thinking about your own survival. That's just as bad as a hit and run! I won't forgive something so messed up!
Here's the thing. We're gonna find out if it's not the same person. Like, that's super awkward. We're gonna find out who killed Tenko, and then, like, nothing's gonna come from it.
Tenko was our friend. Gonta wanna know why she died too.
I already told you that's so unnecessary. We're getting sidetracked here.
So, like, I don't disagree with Kokichi from, like, a logic standpoint. But at the same time, you could use a little bit more tact.
No, even if it was a different culprit, we need to know how Tenko died. If we don't find out who killed her, we won't be able to work together. Not now, not ever. Even if this trial isn't for her, in order for us to survive...
Actually, that makes a lot of sense.
We need to get to the bottom of Tenko's death. Not just to survive this trial, but so we can keep going and live on!
Kaito.
Finally, you noticed. Jeez, you're so slow.
Huh? Did Kokichi want us to notice?
Don't listen to his crap. We haven't decided whether there were two different culprits yet.
Let us talk about Tenko's case then. Perhaps that will provide us a clue.
Yeah, maybe.
They're not wrong, but I don't mind going over Tenko's case. But that was an abrupt change of topic. Was that intentional?
So what do we talk about first?
For now, let's see if we can narrow down the list of suspects.
Tancrotch probably got killed during the seance, so everyone there's suspicious.
Tancrotch!
People who attended the seance. Korakio, Shuichi, Himiko, and Kokichi.
That's it!
I like how Kibo is in the last slot
me,
there.
Kyo, Himiko, and Kokichi.
So those four are the culprits!
Oh, Himiko's still culprit?
Well, that's probably just a coinkydink. The most suspicious out of the four is really...
Shuichi!
Kyo. He suggested the whole seance idea.
True, I may have suggested it, but I explained the procedure beforehand, yes? If we all knew of it before the murder, then we are all equally suspicious.
Well, I suppose, but...
In addition, the seance wasn't entirely in my control either. I was not the one who selected the room we performed it in. It was Himiko.
However, there are 3 empty rooms. Which one shall we use?
The middle room. The middle room's always best for stuff like this.
Very well, I shall begin the preparations at once.
Oh, right.
Wait a minute. We saw where one of the... Yeah, we saw where one of the crossbeams was sawed through to flip the board up. If that's the case, then if Kokichi fell in one of those rooms because the board wasn't supported, that means that he sawed... that means that whoever... I mean, honestly, it's probably Kyo at this point. Let's be real. That's where my mind is heading right now. Let's just call him the suspect for now. The suspect probably sawed the crossbeams off in all 3 rooms.
Also, we should not limit our suspects to only those who participated in the seance. The empty room had a point of entry from outside, you see.
Point of entry from outside? He must be referring to... the crawl space? The floorboards under Tenko were loose. Culprit might have gone under the floor to enter. Tenko was atop them the entire seance. It is unlikely the floorboards were used. There was another location that we could have entered and exited without using that area. Everyone's staring at me! I think I screwed up! They think I'm a fraud! A hole in the back?
There! You're talking about under the floor, right?
Under the floorboards.
Huh? Under the floor?
Under the floorboards.
Yes, there's a crawl space under the floor a person can move through. There was also a hole that connected it to the neighboring room.
Under the floorboards.
The hole. They could have entered and exited the seance room.
If we consider that possibility, then there is another suspect.
Dude, what if somebody made a parody of Under the Boardwalk, but a parody of Under the Boardwalk about the telltale heart? Under the floorboards. The heart's beating too fast under the floorboards. My guilt is going to last under the floorboards. Floorboards.
Another suspect? Who?
It's appearing before me. Oh, I can see it clearly. The true identity of Tenko's killer.
Yes, it's coming before me. Non-stop debate! Start! Cage child, loose floorboards, Kibo's flashlight function, the hole in the corner.
Sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance.
What?
How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now hold on a second.
Function that Mio added to Kibo. He can emit blinding light from his eye. Would have been seen.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor.
Nope. Sure, it's crammed under the floor, but there's enough room for one person to move around. Especially if he had Kibo's flashlight.
Oh no!
I made a mistake. I need to think it over again.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by
crawling under the floor.
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean flashlight function.
Huh? Now hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I said hold on a second.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second.
It's true that with a little light, you could move around under the floor. Is that possible?
The culprit sneaked in during the seance.
Oh, the hole in the corner. You would have seen the light going through there.
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
Keep flashlight function.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor.
What?
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
Loose floorboard right before. It was not loose before. It was not loose before the seance. There was dried blood in that part of the floor. No, there's a hole in the floor in each of the rooms. Cage child. There we go. 5 people in the room. Medium dark place. Dark place with no light. Let's see. Draw the circle curl up on the place. The iron cage. Make it completely dark, and your purpose will be complete.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, then had a light.
Damn it! But the room as dark as it was, one would need light, no? Or are you denying my entire theory? Either way, your evidence is lacking.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance. By crawling under the floor.
I don't know where anybody was during that. Kiba was out of the room at that time. But my logic is that we would have seen the light.
But it was pitch black during the seance.
Do I need to lie?
How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, then had a light.
Damn it!
The culprit sneaked in during the seance. By crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our had a light.
Damn it!
Damn it! The culprit sneaked in
I'm
during the
almost dead.
By crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
I didn't mean to fire that. I wanted to see what the lie was.
You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
Our villain had a light.
I mean, Kiba's
I wish I could see what the lies were.
flashlight function.
Secure
Now,
floorboard.
Hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I said,
Is there a way to see what the lies are without having to pull up the lie? That's stupid.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second.
It's true that with a little light you can move around into the floor, but is that possible?
The culprits.
Function? I see with a little light, but... My back's against the wall. I have no idea. I didn't know holding it on the lie button drained my health as well.
Sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Yeah, give me the...
It wasn't dark.
No, I have to figure this out on my own.
You see, our
villain had a light.
Had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now, hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I said, hold on a second.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
There's only one thing I haven't shot yet.
They were under the floor.
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. Our villain.
You mean Ken?
Nope, I screwed up. What, just with candles? Really? If you say so, Shuichi, going to trust you. No, it couldn't be a candle. There's no evidence to support that, is there?
I was wrong!
I made a mistake. I need to think it over again. Damn, I made too many mistakes. Do they think I did it?
Done debating already? Well, this next part's mandatory, so let's get it over with. It's voting time!
Is it
really
over?
We can't let it end here!
I can't let it end like this! Cage child, loose floorboard, Kibo's flashlight in the hole in the corner.
Sneaked in during the seance.
Okay. There are, let me just check. I think there are 3 statements.
Crawling under the floor.
Because it wasn't dark under the floor.
Our villain.
Our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
Light, you mean candle.
He
Used that function to get under the floor.
During the seance.
Okay, so there's 3 things I can. So I got a 1 in 12 chance of actually getting this right.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Okay, well, at least I can see.
Second.
It's true that with a little light you can move around to the floor. Is that possible?
The culprit sneaked in during the seance.
Hole in the corner.
By crawling under the floor.
Hole in the middle.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now, hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I said hold on a second.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second.
Huh. Function Miu had added to Kibo. Well, the lie is the drawbacks of a flashlight. But that's still... Cage child. Miu did add that function, but there's no way to tell when she added that function. Hole in the corner. That's still so stupid to me that I got to this logic of there are holes in all the corners of the room, and yet nobody saw the light?
The culprit sneaked in during the seance.
Dried blood on the bottom part of the floor. The only thing other thing I could think of is with this one. And that because there's dried blood, if he was the one down there doing it, then he would have been like, it wouldn't be blood. He doesn't bleed. There wouldn't be blood down there! Hollows in the corner of the room the seance is held in. There's a space under the floor so you could see what was dropped there. So why couldn't they see his lights during the seance?
By crawling.
There's only one place I can.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor.
You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
Damn it!
Oh no! The culprit sneaked in during the seance. By
crawling under the floor. But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor? Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see,
Just gonna try everything with everything and just keep doing continues over and over again until I get it, because I have no fucking idea.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even...
Yeah, I'll take a hint. I'm fucking dumb, so just give me the hint.
Ron called. He said something about by the light.
see if they were under the floor?
Because it
wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light. Light? You mean candle? I mean, Kibo's flashlight function. Huh? Now, hold on a second. Kibo could have used that
Under the floor?
Oh no! The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling
under the floor. Maybe it's pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor? Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see.
Finally!
That's wrong!
No, dummy!
I don't think the culprit could have used a light while under the floor. There was a hole in the corner of the room.
Okay, when I made that thought about the light being seen from down there, somebody in chat said that was wrong.
If a light were used, it would have leaked through and we would have seen it.
But when we did the seance, the room was definitely pitch black.
So a light was not shined under the floor, which means you cannot claim I am the culprit.
Geez, here I thought this would be the case where the murder could only be done by a robot.
You have accused me of being the culprit more than once now, simply because I am a robot. My status as a robot does not mean I am capable of performing superhuman feats. My vision is somewhat poor, and I only possess average physical strength and intelligence.
All right, you made your point. God, now I feel sort of bad for you.
I neither want nor need your pity.
Enough with the flashlight! It's way too bright!
It would have been difficult to move around under the floor in that pitch-black darkness. Maybe the floor and the hole have nothing to do with this case.
Then why was floorboard under Tenko lined up funny? Going to think that was so culprit could stab Tenko from under floor.
Ooh, nice observation, Gonta. Are you finally getting used to the class trials?
Uh-huh. Thank you.
Don't say it like that. You're better off not being used to this kind of stuff.
Maybe
they marked Tenko with glowing paint and looked for that. That'd let the culprit find her. Then they could stab her through the floorboards.
I see Samugi has played Danganronpa 2.
Boy, that sounds really familiar too. But I'm just gonna ignore it.
Her corpse didn't have any trace of glowing paint, though.
Oh, yeah. So then why was that floorboard loose?
They're all loose.
The loose floorboard was the one under Tenko, right?
All of them are loose!
If the culprit used it while she was still alive, she'd totally notice.
Who fucking cares? Fussing over that won't get us closer to the culprit!
We shouldn't dismiss this line of inquiry, however. Instead of butting our heads against this, how about we concentrate on another issue?
I'm still trying to figure out how they got the how they attacked her on the back of her neck.
What other issue?
Perhaps first, we should figure out how and when exactly Tenko was killed.
When? So not during seance?
Tenko was in the metal cage for the whole seance, wasn't she? How could someone have gotten to her there?
Maybe the culprit killed her before she went under the metal cage.
That's not possible. She was alive at that point.
This is the point of no return, Tenko. After this point, you mustn't speak. The next time you open your mouth, it will be Angie speaking through you. Understood. I will not say a word until the seance is over.
Yes, she was unmistakably alive when the seance began.
That was right before we blew out the candles. But when the light came back...
I just gotta say, it's incredibly frustrating to not know the answer in front of hundreds of people. That's like, that kills me inside. Because with my pride, it's like, they're gonna think I'm stupid!
The floorboard was removed at that point, so it's likely she was already dead then.
Never put Tom on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Yeah, it's pretty cringe. Wow, thanks for the support, guys. Bravo. Glad my cabal of wizards looks up to me so greatly.
But she was inside Cage, right? Going to think it impossible to kill her then.
It impossible?
Then she wasn't killed when the room was dark. It was a different time.
A different time?
I'm gonna say the meteor words!
Gone to fail
Should
English?
I know? You figure it out, shitheads.
Huh?
Since Gonta said it was impossible, I'm proposing an alternate theory. Now hurry up and think! If you want to make my golden brain tingle, start circle jerking your limp dick brains!
I'm gonna say the meteor words! Here it comes! Gonta out here using his Marker Stone, Iron Cage, White Sheet Dog statue.
When Tenko got killed,
Stone was by Tenko's body during the seance. Tenko had crouched over it in the iron cage with her forehead on the stone. The iron cage that Tenko was in during the seance, it's around 3 feet high and 5 feet wide. Shuichi and Kokichi placed this over Tenko and Himiko removed it. Tenko's blood was on the bottom of the cage.
it wasn't during...
The sheet that was over the iron cage during the seance, it's very thick and cannot be seen through. There's blood on the back around the middle of the sheet, but there's no hole in the fabric. That's what disturbs me about this. And Keo was the one who placed the sheet over the cage and removed it off the cage.
The say.
And the dog statue. The wooden statue that was on top of the iron cage during the seance. It weighs about 175 pounds. Shuichi, Kokichi, Keo, and Himiko worked together to
You
put
sure
it on
those
the
crash sounds were not
remove
just
it on the
Kibo
cage.
turning his filters off?
Seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment cage was lifted?
Ooh, like that.
When cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tanko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
Oh my!
So who lifted the cage?
It was me.
Why is she having an
Himiko is
orgasm?
the culprit.
There's no doubt.
Why is she having an orgasm about that? We could already see, well, here's the thing. We could already see blood in the cage. Wooden statue, white sheet. That might be impossible, but there's no evidence for
When
it.
Tenko
Okay, marker stone,
got
iron cage. I guess we tickled her golden brain.
Damn it, woman. We just mopped the courtroom.
kill.
White sheet. The white sheet was over the iron cage during the seance. Very thick, cannot be seen through. There's blood on the back around the middle of the sheet, but there's no hole in the fabric. He was the one who placed it over the top.
It wasn't during the seance.
And the dog statue. Okay.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about
Whoops. I was frozen today! There, unfrozen. The white sheet, the dog statue, the iron cage, and the marker stone. Alright, let me listen to this.
moment cage was lifted?
Ooh, like that.
When cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tanko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
Oh my!
So who lifted the cage?
Oh, she would have needed 2 hands to lift it. Because it's heavy. All it says is how big it was, not how heavy it was. I don't think the marker stone has anything to do with it. I get the feeling the marker stone was so the culprit would know where she was from under the floorboards.
It was me.
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit.
There's no doubt.
Ah, wait a minute. I think it is the iron cage. Or maybe it's the white sheet. Kyo was the one who placed it. When, oh man, I'm trying to think back on all this. When Kyo removed the sheet. The problem is, like, we saw blood underneath the sheet. Yeah, we saw blood underneath the underneath the sheet through the cage before we had even taken the dog statue off. There's blood on the bottom of the cage. Oh, but the sheet was gone by then. Okay, got it.
When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done. She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead. The cage was lifted.
What moment cage was lifted?
No, dummy! What did I shoot with? I don't think it was white sheet.
When Tenko got killed,
It was dog statue.
It wasn't during the seance. It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted. What about moment
cage was lifted?
No, dummy! V!
That's wrong! No, it wasn't possible to kill her the moment the cage was lifted. Because the inside of the white cloth had Tenko's blood on it.
Thank you all for coming out, by the way, and I apologize for my frustration. For the expressions of my frustration, rather.
That cloth was removed before the cage was lifted. If Tenko was stabbed then, there wouldn't be blood on the cloth.
What? But how could my golden brain be wrong when it felt so right?
Stop thinking with your clit!
The only possibility is that Tenko was killed during the seance.
I got your remodel right here!
What the fuck?
No, it's still wrong to think that Tenko was killed during the seance.
What?
I'm gonna prove it right now. My golden brain is gonna go all out!
Rebuttal showdown!
Me hitting us with that post-peanut clarity.
Tenko died after the seance.
Oh god, how do I slash?
It
Okay.
happened when the sheet was lifted. That was the moment the culprit chose to stab the fuck out of Tenko through the cage. They stuck the thin blade through the gap, and that clean white sheet got stained blood red!
But the weapon was a sickle. Only the blade could have fit through the gaps.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from the cage's gaps. In which case, the person who lifted the sheet, and that's none other than Kyo!
There has to be a hole in Miyu's logic somewhere. All I have to do now is show some evidence that will counter Miyu's claim.
The blade's all you need.
Loose floorboard. Loose floorboard. Right below Tenko. It was not loose before the seance. There's a dried blood on the floor at the bottom part of the floorboard.
If you stick the
Iron cage. The iron cage that Tenko was in during the seance, 5 feet wide, 3 feet high. Shuichi and Kokichi placed this over at Tenko. And Himiko removed it. Tenko's blood was in the bottom of the cage.
blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long.
Sickle under the floor. The sickle that was under the floor in the room the seance was held in. The weapon came from the Ultimate Assassin's lab. The blade is about 6 inches and the blood was still wet.
Enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in
Marker stone. If her head was on the stone and the blade is only like 6 inches long, there's no way it could have reached her neck. So either marker stone or the...
there with her neck all exposed.
Oh,
no, dummy!
Wait just a minute. Tenko
If
wasn't
her
sitting
head was
down
on the
inside
stone,
the cage.
then my question is, where's the
Where's the
caveman?
caveman?
She was bent over with her forehead against the marker stone. And the cage itself was about 3 feet tall. The sickle's blade was too short to reach Tenko while she was in that position.
Then I messed up again? How could this happen? I am so embarrassed.
No worries, Mew. Everyone already knows you're an embarrassment to the human race.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh my god, Gonta!
How embarrassing!
Is she pulling a darkness from Konosuba on us?
If Shuichi is right, then it's impossible for Tenko to have been killed through the cage.
She couldn't have been killed during the seance since she was in the cage, right?
If she was killed then, the cloth over the cage would have been pierced.
Not during the seance or from below the floor. Then it's impossible, isn't it?
Pot calling the kettle black there.
Yeah,
A wolf
for a
cry?
living person.
Huh?
But not for a dead one!
What if Angie's spirit killed Tenko?
What are you talking about? That's not possible!
We don't know that. Some things are impossible for a human, but not for a spirit.
Don't say stupid stuff like that! Screw spirits!
Stop that now.
She pouty.
Angie's spirit killed Tenko? Why?
Betrayal.
Miko?
Why would Angie's spirit kill Tenko?
What if Tenko killed Angie, and then Angie's spirit came back for revenge?
Like I said,
No,
that's
dummy!
impossible! Spirits can't be culprits!
Then explain how the culprit killed Tenko under these impossible circumstances.
Well,
You think Okichi's racist?
See? You can't explain, can you? Only a spirit could have done
wait!
that!
I know! What if the culprit was hiding inside the cage? If they were in there, they could have stabbed Tenko during the seance.
No, if there was someone else in the cage, we would have
I agree with
noticed.
Kaito. The culprit could have been inside the cage.
Whoa, whoa. Guys. As a wizard, I've got connections to all sorts of magical realms. Hell just got a lot colder with that statement. You do?
Nonsense. There was no space in the cage for the culprit to hide.
Maybe the culprit wouldn't need to hide in the first place.
What?
Also, the culprit could have killed her in the cage at any time.
This is
think
getting
you
out
know
of
what I'm
hand.
getting at,
Now
right?
there are 2 of them.
The they she's referring to. I missed that bit of dialogue. Also the culprit. Wait. Maybe the culprit wouldn't need to hide in the first place. What? Also the culprit could have killed her in the cage at any time. I think you know what I'm getting at, right? The they she's referring to. What they? Who could have killed Tenko from inside the cage? All right. The only thing, considering he knows the seance back to front, this is my theory. Wrong. Who could have killed Tenko inside the cage at any time? I don't get you. You're really narrow-minded for a detective.
I was wrong!
Oh, is this the one where it ends in a suicide? Where's Tenko?
I believe Maki is referring to Tenko herself.
What did you say?
Are you saying Tenko was the culprit?
She committed suicide.
Suicide?
Suicide.
If she committed suicide, it would explain a lot of things we couldn't figure out.
Oh, God! No! She didn't need to take improv classes! Hi, big guy.
She volunteered to be in the cage and then stabbed herself during the seance. It wouldn't matter how dark the room was.
But the sickle she was stabbed with was under the floor, right?
I just noticed the monochrome said crossed off
Tenko had
portraits too.
stabbed herself.
Lol.
Wouldn't the sickle still be inside the cage?
Oh my god. Mew actually said something smart.
Perhaps that explains why the floorboard was removed.
The voice actor who plays Kokichi sounds like, Michael Jones from 100% Eat, formerly of Rooster Teeth. Like, it would not surprise me if Michael played Kokichi in this.
After stabbing herself with the sickle, she threw it underneath the floor.
So she took off the floorboard to get rid of the sickle?
Derek Stephen Prince is
Yes,
Kokichi.
that makes sense to Gonta.
Well, it doesn't make sense to me. There's no reason for Tenko to commit suicide.
He was also Fuyuhiko in DR2. Yeah, Derek Stephen Prince did sound like Michael in that too.
Maybe I wasn't too far off with the theory I had earlier. You know, about Tenko killing Angie.
Yeah?
Because Tenko and Angie were fighting for your attention, right?
Hey, Angie, when did you brainwash Himiko?
Tenko's pent-up frustration led her to commit such an atrocity. Her conscience couldn't handle it anymore, so she decided to end her own life.
What?
But if she was gonna kill herself, why do it during the seance?
She wanted to hide the truth of her suicide.
Really? Why?
There could only be one reason to hide it in a killing game, right? It's to take us down with her.
Take us down?
She wanted
To the
us
Paradise
to get the
City!
wrong answer during the class trial, so she could bring us all down. She wanted us to die with her.
That doesn't sound like Tenko.
Okay, well, she probably just wanted Himiko to die with her, but still.
Okay, Kokichi, you heard Tenko's last words before she got in the cage. She was being, like, really supportive of Himiko.
What are you saying? Tenko wasn't like that. She told me.
Keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else.
What if all of that was just a lie?
Not everyone is you, Kokichi.
Wait, we should believe Tenko's last words.
The true terror of class trials is that you shouldn't believe everything said.
Himiko, you said that Tenko would never do anything like that.
I mean, yeah, to be honest with Kyo, what's the old saying? Trust half of what you see and none of what you hear?
But how can you be so sure? Did you guys actually know each other?
So if I just say I'm Tom, don't believe it. I might not be Tom. But if you see that I'm Tom, then only believe it half the time.
People keep all sorts of secrets. Like Maki. She hid the fact that she's a cold-blooded killer. Is it wise of us to trust other people wholeheartedly in this kind of situation?
Jeez, you're such a naive dude.
Naive?
Dude?
We're all just people, you know? Of course we're gonna have some secrets.
Secret, I got
what
a
matters
secret.
is whether there's any malice behind them.
People can lie about how malicious their hidden secrets really are.
Well, duh.
What if
it's
I'm Tom?
impossible to know for sure what others are thinking.
I'm Tom. You're Tom. You're Tom. I'm Tom. Are there any other Toms around here? Tom.
That's why it all comes down to whether or not you believe in yourself. If you get betrayed, it's not their fault. It's your fault for believing in them. That's why I believed in Maki Roll, because I wanted to believe in her.
Just because you're acting all cool doesn't mean you get to skip training.
Hey, come on. Don't you think you're being a little too strict?
He's
Did
clearly more set off.
Did Maki just call Kaito cool?
Well, we come from different backgrounds. So for now, let's agree to disagree. No one's ever called me naive before. And from Kaito? Seriously?
Whether or not I believe, my heart can't reach Tenko anymore. But I want to believe in her. She wouldn't commit suicide. She wouldn't try to take us down. That's what I want to believe!
Me too. Gonta no can believe Tenko commits suicide.
Uh-oh, we're gonna go, it's a head-to-head debate!
Tenko did commit suicide. That would answer all of our questions.
If you insist we believe in Tenko, then provide a reason to do so.
A proper reason.
All right, I'll give you a
Because
reason.
friendship is magic. Doki Doki Literature
there a
Club be
reason?
damned.
Is there a reason?
Yes, there is. Will you trust me, Maki?
It's like the scene from Aladdin, where Aladdin is like, do you trust me? Holding his hand up to Princess Jasmine, and then he does it again when he's disguised as Prince Ali, fabulous he. And she's like, huh, you're just like that guy who said, do you trust me?
If it turns out I'm wrong, you can blame me all you like. But for now, I need you to trust in my detective work.
A whole new world! A whole new Maki Roll for you! I don't believe that Tenko would kill herself because of what she said. Okay, everyone, I'll see you guys after the seance. She said, see you guys after. I doubt she had a sudden change of heart. Just because we don't know how she was killed doesn't mean that it was suicide. We shouldn't be satisfied with that, and if we keep thinking, we'll find the truth. That means we have to believe in Tenko. I'll make them all believe. Non-stop debate. Monokuma file, Cage Child, Tenko's last moments, hole in the corner. Victim was killed by a, nope, wait, that's back of the neck resulting in death. No other injuries were detected. Good to note.
Suicide.
Cage Child. Excuse me. In order to perform the Cage Child, you need 5 people, including the spirit medium, and a dark place with no light. First, draw a magic circle passed down to the Cage Dog village on the ground. Spirit medium must place their forehead on the stone and curl up like a turtle. After they do that, at the center of the circle, after the other 4 must make the preparations, place the iron cage over the spirit medium. Cover the cage with a white cloth. Finally, place the dog god on top of the cage. Take care not to step on the magic circle during preparations. Finally, turn off all the lights, make sure it's completely dark. The seance will commence once all 4 participants are in the corners of the room. The meeting will sing the Cage Child song. Is the Cage Child, okay.
That seems...
Tenko's last moments. Tenko died in the crouch position. The injury under the back of her neck was deep, but probably not enough to kill her immediately. Which means she probably wouldn't have stayed quiet. She was trying to off herself, then she probably would have tried to stay quiet. But that's also not what we're trying to prove, so. That hole in the corner. Hole in the corner of the room where the seance is held in. All right, let's try. I'm feeling Tenko's last moments here.
To take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Secretly brought the sickle. Yeah, Maki said you could hide it on your person.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
Everyone thinks that Tenko committed suicide, but only because they're latching onto the easiest answer. To get out of this, I need to make them think their suicide theory wouldn't work. Oh, make them think, huh?
The best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her.
Cage Dog Village. Oh, I almost hit. I almost hit the wrong thing. Tenko's last moments.
Tenko's not that kind of person.
Tenko died instantly.
If Tenko
Okay.
did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor.
So much for that.
All the pieces fit.
I know I still take damage while I'm checking lies.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us
Not enough to kill her immediately. Was in the corner, Sans was held a space under the floor so you could see what was dropped there. Honestly surprised the sound during the seance didn't come up. Caged child.
with her.
Monokuma file through. You still take damage with chicken life. Like, how else am I supposed to check the lies? There's no other way.
So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength.
Whoops, I didn't.
I was wrong!
So far, suicide seems to be the best
explanation. Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Oh my god, her voice is high.
Finally, with the last of her strength.
I'll reveal the truth.
Lies, dummy! V!
Tenko couldn't have thrown the sickle under the floor. Because she died instantly.
Instantly?
Her death might not have been instant, but she couldn't have gone far before she bled out.
I'm certain of it. My investigation determined that she died instantly.
What's your opinion, Maki? I'd like to hear from someone who specializes in murder.
Maki.
You're right. I completely forgot
Just
about
letting
that
you know,
important
my
detail.
pup who otherwise only reacts to Chain Chomp or occasionally Manatee, also reacts to the fast-forward voices. It's making watching this stream way funnier.
Hey! Thank you for the bits working off. And KYR Speedy's proctologist, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I greatly appreciate that you're using the money you get from your proctology business to spread the joy to the joy of Speedy's proctology to my humble stream. Handsome Tom, thank you.
What?
As an assassin, I specialize in killing my targets swiftly. I have no doubt that Tenko was killed immediately.
You didn't see me in the clinic last week? Because you're not my proctologist. If you want to be my proctologist, then your username should reflect that. It should be Tom Fawkes' proctologist. And now somebody's gonna make that account. But you're KYR Speedy's proctologist.
Words of a true killer. Pretty sure we can believe everything she said.
Thank you, Maki.
How could you forget that, Maki roll?
That's my alt account.
Apologize to Shuichi.
Excuse me?
It's okay, Kaito, really. No apology necessary.
In before the sub donation
Anyway,
to that exact account
Tenko
name
died
roll.
so suddenly that she couldn't have gotten rid of the sickle. Knowing that, the theory that she killed herself just doesn't fit, correct?
Thank you for the gift subs.
Just like I thought. Tenko wouldn't commit suicide.
Thank goodness, Himiko.
He's been barking a lot tonight.
Definitely killed Tenko during the seance.
Her suicide was considered because we could not determine how she was killed.
No, there must have been a way. We're gonna figure it out.
Did any of the participants witness anything peculiar during the seance? If you
Now,
know
why would you
something,
bring that up,
please speak
Kibo?
up. It could be the key to solving this mystery.
What's up, Kibo? Not a bad idea. We should remember what happened at the seance. If only we'd had a truth bullet that was a weird sound during the seance! Certainly it won't go into another non-stop debate! Oh, look at that! Sound during the seance!
Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance?
Yeah, the sound during the
There is
seance!
something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed.
Sound.
The ritual
Dummy.
was perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange.
Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something.
Yes, dummy! I missed!
I'm more concerned about how dark it got in there. I mean, it was totally pitch black.
You never know if anyone
My
was
job
naked.
to relight the candles. Moving along the walls was seriously tough.
Did anything seem
Out of the ordinary during the seance? There is something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed.
The ritual was perfect, and yet it failed.
How utterly strange. Now that I think about it.
While we were all singing the song, I heard something.
Yes, dummy! V!
Himiko, you think that something fell because of that sound you heard, right?
At last, at long last, young dog at the bottom of the my dog will be just one bang! At last, at long last.
It sounded like something heavy fell down and hit the floor really hard. What could have fallen down?
Fallen down? There wasn't anything on the ceiling that could have fallen down, right?
Am I wrong? I thought something fell, but
The sound was pretty loud. It did seem like something hit the floorboards.
Hey, I want to check something in the truth bolts here. Monokuma file. Victim was stabbed in the back. Okay. There goes that theory. I thought maybe she might have been launched into the top of the cage and like had a concussion or something. Maybe that sound had something to do with the other thing that happened in the dark. When Kokichi touched my butt. Oh god. What caused the sound that was heard during the seance? Probably the floorboard. Probably the loose floorboard.
This is it!
All right, I got it!
I think the floorboard coming off had something to do with that sound. That floorboard came loose at some point during the seance, right?
I'm sorry, hold on. I still can't get over the fact that Shuichi kind of sounds like Sonic. So hold on. Oh god, what was it? There we go. Bingo! So I just imagine, like, you get something right and then this happens. Hold on a second. No, is it? I think it's this one. Just, I hope you can hear that. Okay, you did hear it. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, hold on a second. It's like... I got it!
That was definitely what we needed. Thanks.
Could the floorboard have made such a loud sound, though?
Oh, God. There's no... I don't think there's... Is there a 3D model of Shuichi? Could someone mod that into Sonic Rush?
It was the sound of an intense impact.
If the impact was that intense, then it could have loosened the floorboard.
Take that, you stupid bit! But what was it? What could it possibly be?
All right, then. Let's go with that. We all gotta put our heads together now.
Yeah! Non-stop debate. Sound during the scene. Magic Circle Kyo,
So what made the
drew.
floorboard come loose?
Cross piece under the floor. That's what I think. Because you could step on it and it would cause the floorboard to come up.
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
Nope.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hide
Kaito,
under floor.
You're an asshole. You are what
Then
you
stood
eat.
up with
Shuichi.
such might.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
Oh, God. I did it!
I agree.
Yes, dummy! I was trying to get the V spot, but still.
Kokichi is right. The floorboard came loose because someone stomped on it.
But floorboards fit perfect. Going to make sure first time we go to empty room.
When we first saw the room, yes. But when I looked again during the investigation, one of the cross pieces supporting the floorboards was cut off. After examining the cut, I concluded that it must have been done deliberately.
Yeah, the vagina spot.
Someone? You mean the culprit, right? Why'd they do that?
What did the culprit stand to gain by cutting the cross piece?
What did they stand to gain? That's the question. To solve this case, I need to think carefully about the cross piece and the floorboard. Tenko's body was at one end of the loose floorboard. The cross piece being cut was on the other end of the floorboard. The unsupported part was outside the cage, so it could have been stomped on. Only one of the cross pieces was cut. The other two were intact. One of them was right under Tenko. The other one was the center, right about where the edge of the cage was. What was the culprit attempting to achieve by stomping on the floorboard? Come on, think. Oh boy. God, I hate it when it's like this. W? Nope. S. Okay. E? Okay. A? No. This is very obtuse. E-S-S-E-W. What the frick? F? F? Damn it! W? Damn it! E? Seesaw? Okay, now what? Seesaw. F? No. It's not fulcrum! E? Oh! Where's F? 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 E? C? T?
I see now.
I see, but not saw.
The floorboard might have been used as a seesaw.
Yeah? A seesaw?
See? Saw.
The crosspiece at one end of the floorboard had been cut off.
A seesaw has been discovered.
The other two crosspieces holding up that board were close to the cage. Meaning, if you were to apply force to the end of the floorboard with no crosspiece.
On the bone meat.
The next crosspiece would act as a fulcrum to turn the floorboard into a lever.
Which means that the killer could have also held the sickle over top, like over the portion of the cage where her head would come up. But the statue? Yeah, slide it under the sheet, put it under the cage, using the cacophony of the singing in order to stab her in the back of the neck.
A lever capable of lifting up Tenko's entire body.
Her whole body lifted up?
Yeah, that sounds like a seesaw.
Bone the on meat!
Why bother lifting Tenko's
Bone the meat on!
They couldn't have killed Tenko like that, unless they used the sickle.
That's exactly it. Using the seesaw trick, it was possible to kill Tenko with a sickle.
Huh? How?
In order for the culprit to kill Tenko with a seesaw trick, the placement of the sickle is the most important factor.
Floorboard seesaw, the cage, and the blood on the white fabric. What conclusions can I draw from this? There's only one place the sickle could have been that's consistent with the evidence. Top of the cage.
That's it!
Got it!
The sickle was at the top of the iron cage, with the blade facing down. The reason we didn't see it was because of the fabric covering the cage.
Which means
Also,
up!
the wooden statue kept the blade in place. It's true that the sickle's handle was thick, which made the statue wobble. But the statue's weight kept it from falling over. Once everything was in place, if you stepped hard enough on the seesaw, Tenko's body would have shot upward and hit the blade on the top of the cage. She was bent over, meaning the sickle's blade would have connected with her neck.
The 6-inch sickle blade wasn't long enough to stab Tenko in her crouched position. But with the floorboard acting as a seesaw, it could compensate for the blade's length.
Bringing the victim to the sickle rather than bringing the sickle to the victim. That's definitely an unorthodox idea.
It's crazy, but it would explain how Tenko got stabbed while she was in the cage.
So the sound we heard was the culprit stomping on the floorboard.
which means it's
that
one of the
impact
four
make
of us.
floorboard come loose.
Looks like we got ourselves a good old-fashioned seesaw homicide. Wait, what the hell's a seesaw homicide? That's fucking crazy!
The craziness is what really makes the killing game fun, you know? They can't get away with murder the normal way, so they gotta think outside the box. Kudos, culprit! You did a great job keeping me entertained.
Meanwhile, the culprit's like, oh, you know what? Thank you for your accolades. Oh shit. Atacon, thank you for the Prime sub. I missed that. I apologize.
Well played, Himiko.
Yeah?
It was you, wasn't it? The one behind the seesaw homicide.
Why her?
Because she's the only one capable of carrying out this plan.
Okay, so it actually is kind of obvious at this point that it's Kyo, because Kyo was the one who moved the white cloth.
The only one? Why's that?
Because this seesaw homicide required its location to be prepared beforehand.
By cutting the crosspiece beneath the floorboard, you mean?
So, like, she selected it, but we also know from Kokichi getting a concussion in one of the other rooms that it was cut in every single one of the rooms.
Then the culprit would need to lure their victim into the prepared room. That is why you chose that room for the seance. Is it not, Himiko?
So it's definitely Korakio that did this, but that doesn't solve who did what to Angie.
The middle room. The middle room's always best for stuff like this.
Oh yeah! Himiko was the one who chose the site for the seance!
Oh,
she likely
shit.
found out about my plans for the seance somehow.
Bravo,
You were quite
Kyo!
vocal about the seance, Kyo. You even had instructions for it in your lab.
Our culprit, Himiko, prepared her seesaw trap ahead of time.
You wanna know how we know it's not the culprit? That's a purple person, not a gray person.
Then she waited for me to host the seance and suggested the middle room. She led us all into holding the seance right where she wanted it.
Hard to imagine Himiko making that face.
Then, she killed Tenko, all according to plan.
That's a lie, right? Himiko did such a thing?
It is a lie.
In the end, Himiko, who Tenko cherished and loved, tragically killed her.
Wait! We don't know that, right? He's wrong, right, Himiko? Himiko would never kill Tenko, right?
Kill Tenko? I killed Tenko?
In Phoenix Wright, this is where the witness would pass out.
What's wrong, Himiko?
It is true that using the middle room was Himiko's idea. But does it really mean that Himiko really killed Tenko? Would something like that really happen? Something so cruel. Intermission! We're having a fun time here. You want to save? Yes. I also need to take a break so that way I can run to the restroom and feed the dogs. This will also give us an extra hour of ad-free stream. So I'll be right back. Back to the game. Except I don't think I saved before, so I'm gonna save.
Well now.
Looks like we've reached the intermission segment, which means it's time for our Guess the Victim Quiz! A victim quiz, not a culprit quiz? The only victims are the people who are still watching this drawn out, boring crap. Why are you being such a downer all of a sudden?
It's okay.
It is okay. I am sure everyone is happy. How do you know? They could be skipping this entire conversation for all you know. I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. I'm the real victim here, me. Why are you getting upset? If anything, I'm the real victim. I gotta put up with this nonsense all the time. Small game screen, my bad.
Absolutely right.
That's the right answer, Monodom. Why? He hasn't said anything.
Hey,
Exactly, because there are no victims. Yep, even if you're killed in this killing game, you're a winner. Because then everyone mourns you and you get tons of posthumous popularity.
Daddy!
Oh, Daddy, you don't need to reveal these kind of behind-the-scenes details.
All right.
Dying makes you more popular, then we gotta die soon too. So long, bear well. Class trial, resume.
This is my impression of a spooky, scary ghost.
Ah! I'm fine with real ghosts, but impressions of them are too scary!
I love that logic.
Does not compute.
It's the best logic. What are you talking about, Monodom?
Did you hear something?
No, I didn't hear anything.
They're bullying Monodom again.
What else is scary? Sweet buns. Yep, tasty, tasty sweet buns. So round, so sweet, so delicious.
So scary!
That doesn't sound scary at all.
I'm scared too. Scared of losing my friends.
Did you hear something?
Oh no!
No, I didn't hear anything.
They're giving him the cold shoulder.
Yeah. Answer us, Himiko. You chose the middle room to lure us into your trap, did you not? Then you used that trap to kill Tenko, yes?
No. No.
Well, Donkey Lips, did you kill that twat?
I feel like Wendy Lee had a great time playing Miyu as well.
Must be some mistake. No way Himiko is culprit.
Himiko Student Council.
Then she needs to defend herself. Otherwise, this debate is deadlocked.
I don't care if you gotta use magic to do it, but say something already.
Abracadabra.
Are you even listening?
No, I'm not listening.
What?
I don't care anymore. I'm too tired. Angie died. Tenko died. Why did I have to survive?
Let's go, Survivors Guild!
And now, you're all saying I killed them? I just don't care anymore.
Himiko.
Do whatever. If you want to vote for me, then just go ahead.
The game gets really blah if the suspect isn't into it.
That's not the problem.
Damn it. Don't tell me you've given up.
A real man doesn't give up. So says Kaito Momoto. I bit my tongue.
Don't you understand? My life is riding on the outcome of this trial!
Just shut up. I told you, I'm too tired. It's all just a big pain. I can't put up with it anymore.
What are you talking about? If you give up here...
You needn't worry. Himiko was the one who chose that room. Therefore, she is unmistakably the culprit.
Impossible! Himiko would never kill Tenko! Himiko not that kind of person. Gonta can tell by Himiko's face.
Himiko's a little slow, so I don't think she's capable of handling a complicated crime.
As blunt as always, Maki.
I also think Himiko's not the culprit. Somehow.
Either way, we gotta look for more possibilities.
Like that Korakio did it, and he sawed the beams in all of the rooms.
It does seem like rather a pointless quest.
No, it's not. We gotta be strong. Gotta keep thinking. Then we might find new truth. So no give up, Himiko!
Himiko, I know how you feel. I felt the same way after Kaede died. But we can't give up. Why don't you say that out loud to her? We survived. We can't give up. For the sake of everyone who died. Non-stop debate. Oh look, bloody Kokichi!
Performing the seance in that room was Himiko's decision, was it not?
What if someone steered her into picking that room?
Nope.
Of the 3 empty rooms, why did you select the middle one, Himiko? Because you laid your trap there?
She's a savage little toad.
Was Trap only in that room?
Yes!
Other rooms may be Trap too.
Yes, dummy V!
I agree. It's just like Gonta said. Each room was the same. They were all trapped.
What? Is that true?
Kokichi will tell you.
He died.
I was way too careless. Wait, what are you talking about?
Guess there were no crosspiece supporting this floorboard, so I kinda stepped through. What bad luck.
While you were in the room next to the crime scene, you found a loose floorboard, right?
I'm actually kind of curious. What can you lie with on that one? And the brain damage.
Well, I didn't find
The
it
ritual.
so much as I stepped through it and tripped.
What? Hold on! There was
So he
also a
had an
loose
excuse for
floorboard
being
in the
not right
next
in the
room?
head now.
So the culprit prepared a trap in all 3 empty rooms, not just the middle one.
The caged
If the
dog.
culprit set traps in all the rooms, then they wouldn't need to select a room themselves.
So the real trap was for someone else to pick a room and take the blame.
I see. We were caught in the culprit's trap all along.
Yours.
Especially you!
It's his own trap.
But now there's no reason to suspect Himiko, right?
Himiko, do you remember what Tenko told you?
Keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else.
I love that Tenko face where like she's smiling and her eyebrows are a little up. So supportive.
Live life facing forward. She said that to you, right? If you give up on living, you'd be betraying her memory.
Caged Shell becomes caged dog and the culprit gets angry and outs themselves.
We're all trying to keep our promises to the dead.
Especially Ryoma, who didn't want to live.
This trial, it's not just for our lives. It's for everyone who's died as well. That's why we can't give up. This is our responsibility. We live on.
You're right. Yeah, that's right. If I gave up here, I wouldn't be able to face Angie or Tenko.
That's right. So let's do our best.
Alright, I'm not gonna say it's a pain anymore.
Ever again!
I
Tomorrow.
won't give up. I'll fight alongside everyone and survive.
Do not say everyone. After all, the Blackened is still among us.
Jeez, there you go. Killing the mood like usual. Bingo! But damn, well said,
Spence, thank you for the 13 months
That's
of tier
what I'd
1.
expect for my soul, bro.
Your soul, bro?
Yeah, like my soul patch.
Anyway, do you think the Blackened this time has some sort of superpower?
What are you talking about?
Well, as a self-proclaimed expert of stepping through floorboards, isn't it weird that no one stepped through that floorboard before the culprit used it?
Not at all, because it was designed specifically. Who said not to walk on specific parts of the floor? Korakio. Who handled the white sheet which could be used to hide the sickle? Korakio.
Ah, that is a good point.
It must have been barrier magic.
Magic.
Well, that's one possibility, but I think it might have been something else.
Could have been anyone, like Korakio. Why did no one step on the floorboard until it was used for the murder? Ah, that's it. That must be the reason. Salt, 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 salt.
This is it! It's because of the magic circle at the scene of the crime.
Also, it's dark in here, so be sure to watch your step. If the magic circle is broken, not only will the seance fail, but it may also unleash a curse.
Before we began the seance, we were warned not to step on the circle.
But here's the
floorboard in
thing.
question was within the circle. That's why no one stepped on it.
Part of the problem, though, is unless Korakio also killed Angie, this whole part, at least we figured it out, but this whole part of the trial means nothing for the trial itself.
So the magic circle's purpose was to keep us away from the whole trick.
That was part of the culprit's plans too?
That's right. If that's the case, then the culprit. There's no doubt in my mind. They're the one who killed Tenko. Only one person had the opportunity and the motive. I don't know. I have no idea what the motive is, but
It has to be you! Kyo, was it you?
Whatever are you talking about?
I'm talking about Tenko's murder.
Kyo?
Why do you suspect me?
Because you were the one who drew the magic circle.
I was trying to come up with a pun about Kyo being a Kia, like the car Kia, and I was like, Kyo Soul?
The circle kept us from discovering the seesaw trick. But that's not all it was for.
Did he? Wait a minute. I think he wanted to kill to get out. I don't think Tenko was his target. It could have been, like, he was okay with killing anyone, but there's a very specific person he wanted to kill.
Variables like Tenko's position and the placement of the cage needed to be defined. And those variables were defined by using the magic circle. In short, the circle itself was the most important tool in this murder. Knowing that, the person who drew the magic circle has to be the culprit.
I like his coke nail.
Well, Kyo,
Answer already! Did you do it?
What is so funny? I was just thinking. So this is how each Blackened must have felt. What an intriguing experience this is.
What? An intriguing experience?
But if I am the culprit as you claim, Then I stomped on the floorboard, yes? So, do tell. How could I have stomped on the floorboard during that darkened seance?
I see. That is problem.
Unless that is made clear, you cannot be certain I am the culprit.
How can you be so calm when you're backed into a corner like this?
My thought on this currently is that he memorized because he memorized the ritual so well, he knew exactly where to go.
I will explain that.
But that's
in
pretty
due
flimsy.
time. Please answer my question first.
Culprit stepped on the exact floorboard even in the darkness. But how? How did they move around in total darkness? In a room that dark, it's hard to imagine the culprit found the right board. Although, even after I put out the candle, I could move along the wall with my hand.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Maybe...
Did you figure it out?
That's it. The culprit didn't even have to see it all. They used... hearing because everyone was singing the song. Culprit used their hearing. I don't think there are any other sounds beside the songs and the stomp.
Damn it!
Screw that up, everyone's staring at me. They think I'm a fraud. Touch.
That's it!
Got it!
The culprit used touch. They didn't see, they felt.
There we go, okay, yeah.
That way they could get around in the dark, like how I got to the candle.
He could have felt the patterns on the salt to know where he was.
Wasn't Seesaw in middle of room? Gonta doesn't think it was near wall.
So they probably used something besides the wall to move then, right?
The salt circle itself.
Were there any other markers within reach?
Of course, the answer to that is there was nothing of the sort.
No, I'm sure there was something. A landmark they could have used to determine where the floorboard was. It must have been at the scene. I know it. Either that or it's the marker. Oh my god, again? I'm sorry, I just saw the word magic. Magic circle. E.
I see now.
Complete.
That's it. The magic circle. They used the magic circle. Remember? The magic circle was drawn with salt. The culprit used the salt's texture to feel their way through the dark.
I'm wondering what the dried blood on the underside is.
Kyo traced the magic circle with his hands.
I wonder if it's how we're gonna prove it overall. I wonder if that's how we're gonna prove it overall, because like it turns out that like while he was sawing through, he injured himself, and there's like a cut on him from that specific injury.
Oh, I see. You drew the magic circle with salt to use it as a guide.
An interesting thought. It is unfortunate that it is so wrong.
Or like when he stomped the floorboard, it no, that wouldn't make
Recall
sense.
the document. What did the magic circle look like?
Based on the document, the magic circle wouldn't reach the corners of the room.
So what?
When the room was darkened, each of us was in a corner of the room, yes? The
Clearly
magic
Kyo was on the
circle
ground looking the salt to find the way, oh
so
my
I could
god.
not have followed it, yes?
Blah, 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 blah.
But you're talking about the magic circle in the document. That doesn't mean the circle you drew was the same.
No, I most definitely drew it exactly the same. I have it perfectly memorized.
Scraping deer lick.
So which is it? Is there any way to check?
Not anymore. The magic circle is a complete mess from being trampled on.
See, another piece of the puzzle. Drawing the circle was solved, but all but guaranteed it would be temporary. Investigation itself would have gotten rid of the evidence. Clever.
Everyone, may I have your attention, please?
You know what? I do remember something about the circle, because there were, I mean, like, obviously he probably took a picture of it with his robot powers, but I remember there being lines going out to each of the corners.
What a pain. We don't have any way to check it now.
Excuse me, everyone. May I have your attention, please?
Well, I guess there's no point in discussing the magic circle anymore.
Kokichi's such a bitch.
Hey, may I have your attention?
Oh, I said cut that out!
Ah, the high beams!
I apologize. I just wanted everyone to listen to me.
About what?
I had Miu add another function to my body, in addition to the flashlight.
What the? No way! Did you really?
No!
Stop! You can't! I didn't install it for that purpose!
Please, let me use it. With it, I might be able to save everyone.
It's a colonoscopy camera!
So, what is this function?
It's my dong!
It's an image recording function.
Image recording?
Specifically, this function allows me to dispense a printout of my own memory. I'll give it a try.
Miu, what was the purpose of that?
Ready?
Please tell me it comes out of his mouth. Yeah!
From your mouth?
I also used magic like that before.
This printout is my memory of being kicked out of the seance. Please confirm that the floor of the empty room is clearly visible. Go on, take the picture and see for yourself.
Thanks for the memories, even if they weren't so great.
Okay, got it.
Oh, the picture's slimy. I reluctantly took the paper from Kibo's mouth. So this is the circle used for the seance.
Well, Shuichi, do you notice anything?
Yeah, there's salt coming into the... Actually, there's actually one other thing wrong with it, too.
Look at this photograph.
There!
Blaze Girl, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you as well, Gurkenhoff.
This helped a lot, Kibo. Without you, I never would have seen through Kyo's lie.
My lie?
You just said that you drew the magic circle exactly as it appears
Kibo
in the
prints like that
document.
time they ate the wrong way in South Park.
But that's a lie, isn't it?
Does the film go up his butt? Developed in his
Magic
gut,
circle
and then he
at the
poops
scene
out from his
had
mouth the
lines
photo.
that stretch to the room's corners. Which means that you would be able to find the floorboard from anywhere in the room.
So it was different from the document after all.
All because Himiko noticed. And because of Kibo, too.
Hey, where's my thanks? I'm the one who installed that function into Kibo.
Why did you install that function to Kibo?
Hey, yeah, what was it you were saying about its purpose?
I gotta know.
Oh, to be honest, the purpose of that image recording function is to monitor my health. Specifically, I make Kibo use that function every day to analyze my turds.
Your what? Why?
Shit is a great indicator of intestinal health and gut bacteria quality. Plus, taking a satisfying shit does wonders for a woman's natural beauty, so...
Where's Nekomaru? I found your lady, Nekomaru!
See? You're all grossed out! This is why I didn't want to tell you about my plan!
Eat well, shit well.
Talking about your poop, no one cares. Kyo, you killed Tenko, didn't you? Just give up and admit it already.
All right.
So,
surrender.
Kyo, If you have any objections, you can...
Your deductions are fiction. Well, since you've given me the option, I will most certainly object. To be honest, it's unimportant, but it may be an amusing diversion.
Unimportant?
Now I shall bear witness to your abilities, Shuichi. Do entertain me.
JoJo pose. Rebuttal Showdown Truth Blade. What are my blades? Marker Stone, Iron Cage, White Sheet, and the dog statue, the White Sheet.
If you're going to claim I am the culprit, then what of the murder weapon? It was set up in the cage. The only people capable of that are Kokichi and Shuichi, who carried the cage. So suspicion should fall on them.
No, that's wrong!
True, we could have placed the sickle there, but we could not have removed it later. Because we weren't the ones who lifted the cage. That was Himiko.
The only person who could have collected the sickle is Himiko. But the only people who could have placed the sickle are Kokichi and Shuichi. But in regards to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage, nor did I lift it. I had no opportunity to touch the sickle.
What?
I never touched the cage. Both placing and retrieving the sickle were impossible. Such hollow evidence will do nothing to change that fact.
The only person who could have collected the sickle is Himiko. But the only people who could have placed the sickle are Kokichi and Shuichi. But in regards to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage, nor I had no opportunity to touch the sickle. So simply put, I am not the killer. The only person who could have collected the sickle is Himiko.
Did it reset, like, what I was using to cut with at some point? Because I'm pretty sure the White Sheet is the right answer.
But in regards to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage, nor did I lift it. I had no opportunity to touch
There we go.
the sickle.
I think it reset where I was at. No, dummy! Shigo!
The only person who could have set up the sickle and retrieved it afterward is Kyo. That was done by covering the cage with a white cloth.
I had stone equipped.
You could have secretly placed the sickle when you draped the cloth. And retrieved it afterward when you removed the cloth. Then, while everyone was distracted, you discreetly dropped the sickle under the floor.
Wonderful! That's exactly correct.
But it doesn't matter.
It's correct? Then why don't you give up already?
The trick I put so much work into is just wasted effort now. Alas.
So, it was you? You killed Tenko?
Let me guess. You'll never forgive me. Himiko, you must hate me so very much. Maybe you'd feel better if I was executed by Monokuma.
He is not taking the L with dignity and grace. Because this crime has no bearing on who the Blackened is. Only Angie's murder does.
But unfortunately for you, that won't happen. Because if you vote for me, every spotless, including myself, will die.
What you talking about, Kyo?
Oh my god, really?
You still don't understand? I killed Tenko, that is the truth. But it is meaningless in this class trial.
Meaningless?
You mean Monokuma's extra rule, right?
Ah, that's right. What happens to your votes if there are two Blackened candidates? Well, I have an answer for that. It's first come, first served.
You see, I killed Tenko, but not Angie. For us, Tenko's death is nothing but a trivial issue. Because the Blackened in this trial is the culprit who killed Angie.
real issue. No, that's gotta be a lie. You probably killed Angie too.
That is simply not possible. Recall that I was unable to enter Angie's lab.
Oh, only student council members and Kokichi could enter research lab.
How could I have possibly killed Angie when I couldn't even enter her lab?
We can figure that out. No one else could have done it besides you. If you're the one who killed Tenko, you gotta be the one who killed Angie.
Why is that the case?
I understand how you feel, Himiko, but maybe we can discuss this rationally and calmly. There is a non-zero possibility that Kyo is telling the truth.
So you understand how she feels. I see. Wait, robots can understand human feelings?
Of course I understand. I worked really hard to understand.
The best ending this game could possibly have is Kibo killing Kokichi and getting away with it.
Hey, why are you getting all worked up, Kibo? Chill, dude.
That's enough! It's voting time! I'm gonna vote for him!
Whoa, whoa! It's not voting time yet.
Voting for me will only help the one who murdered Angie.
Isn't Kyo culprit?
Of course I'm not. This case was an error on my part. Monokuma added that rule after both bodies were found, yes? How was I to know that the trial would only be for Angie's killer? Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have killed Tenko.
You're lying! You killed Tenko and Angie!
Now hold on. Jumping to conclusions here is dangerous.
We should talk it out more. This case might have juicy plot twists waiting to happen.
Nuts to that. Any way you look at this case, Kyo is obviously the culprit.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Yeah, there's sort of no other way to look at it.
No, it's too dangerous to vote before we arrive at a logical decision.
All right, I'm putting a moratorium on this right now. It's voting time.
Wait, what?
Culprit's one of you. Wowee! This argument is getting intense. At times like this.
It's dangerous to vote alone.
The Ultimate Academy is proud to present its very own more phenomenal trial grounds.
Yippee! I've been waiting for this!
Why were you waiting for it?
It's his favorite part. Kyo confessed to killing Tenko, but insists he didn't kill Angie. I won't forgive Kyo for what he did, but we can't vote until we know the facts. I have to pin down the evidence and convince everyone. Split opinion! Gurren Lagann, engage! Persona! Oh, whoops, wrong title. Vote for Korakio. Vote now, don't vote yet.
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie!
I got this! But he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
He forced his way into Angie's
Oh, damn it.
lab and killed her!
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
Kyo! Anyone could have entered my lab.
So Kyo did kill Tenko, but he not blackened?
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second blackened we need to find.
He was planning to use the new rule to protect himself all along.
Kyo! Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the mystery of Tenko's death.
I got this! Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie!
We weren't consistent, our position looks weak. We have to work together. If we vote now, we'll never know the truth. We have to defend that point.
Kyo Joe killed Tenko and Angie!
Shit. Shit.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed—
I got this! But he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
The katana was found in Kyo.
Anyone.
Could have entered my lab.
Kyo did kill Tenko, but he's not blackened?
Kokichi!
Perhaps there's a second bracket we need to find.
Time to use the new rule to
Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
I got this!
Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
Joe killed Tenko and Angie!
Kibo! We don't know for certain that Kyo killed Angie.
He forced his way into Angie's research—
I got this! But he
Couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
The katana was found.
Kyo!
Anyone could have entered my lab.
So Kyo did kill Tenko, but
Kokichi!
Perhaps there's a second bracket we need to find.
Kyo!
Not possible. That rule was added after both murders. Mystery of Tenko.
I got this!
Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
I got this! Oh god.
This is our answer!
No, dummies!
It would be a mistake to vote before we've completely solved Angie's murder. And there's still the mystery of Tenko's murder.
Mystery? What kind of mystery?
Well, Kyo's confession derailed our conversation a bit. But we still have to go over one of the clues found at Tenko's crime scene. I believe it might even have something to do with Angie's murder.
The outlying piece of evidence at Tenko's murder scene. Oh no. Bloody Kokichi tried blood to the floor below. Yes.
This is it!
Got it!
The blood stain found under the floor. Maki and I found it during the investigation. It was beneath the floorboard that the culprit stomped on.
is that Tenko's plot?
That bloodstain was too far from Tenko's corpse to have been hers.
Also, the bloodstain was already dry when we found it. But the blood from Tenko's body hadn't even begun to dry yet.
Well, that's weird. Why was that bloodstain the only dry one?
Bloodstain under the floorboard was dry because it happened before the seance.
That's it!
Got it! Cool!
The bloodstain wasn't from Tenko's murder. It was there before we started the seance.
Before the seance?
Aunts, what do I win? That should make it clear whose blood it was. Bloodstain from before the seance has to be them.
That's it!
Apparently it's Angie's blood.
That bloodstain wasn't Tenko's. It was Angie's.
Why was blood from Angie at the scene of Tenko's murder?
Yeah, wasn't Angie killed in her research lab?
That's what the murderer
Just
wanted
because
you
we
to
found
think.
her body there doesn't mean she was killed there.
Ah, I guess that's possible.
If Angie wasn't killed in her lab, then that opens up a lot more possibilities. We assumed that only council members could have killed Angie since her body was in her lab.
That does make the fact that the seance was chosen in the middle room much more convenient.
But if she died somewhere else, then we can't suspect just the council members anymore.
So the culprit didn't enter her lab, but waited for her to come out of it?
She had to
I'm
pee
not sure if
sometime.
the culprit waited for her, but they probably killed her when she came out. Well, I thought that was more likely from the start. So I went to places Angie might have gone and checked all 3 empty rooms.
Places she might have gone? Why did you check the empty rooms then?
The empty rooms were the only places I could think of that Angie would go.
Did Angie have business in rooms?
It's where she shat.
It's
Seems Kokichi's up to his usual misleading nonsense again.
You really don't have any grounds to speak right now.
I do lie a lot, and I could be lying right now too. But I'm pretty sure someone's panicking right now because of my lie.
Angie left her lab on her own and was headed to the room where she was killed. Is Kokichi's statement true, or...? Non-stop debate! Effigies hung upside down, gold leaf katana, Necronomicon, and the caged child.
Is not where Angie was killed. She was killed in the empty room instead!
She left her lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there. Except for candles.
That's it! She wanted a candle! To keep herself awake at night, she would drip hot wax on her body.
Oh my god.
That sounds like something only you would do, Mew.
I agree with that! What did Kokichi see? Something Angie did. There has to be a clue.
The art research lab is not where Angie was killed. She was killed in the empty room instead!
She left her lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there. Except for candles.
The effigies are made up of wax.
Candle!
I didn't think that was the case. Huh? What the hell? Didn't expect a virgin like you to have that kind of hobby. No, not that. What was Angie trying to do right before her death? I'm just saying it might help a lot to remember that detail, right?
Damn it!
Oh, the Necronomicon! She's supposed to be. Let's go with the name. Ah, she did want the candle to burn the Necronomicon.
Is not where Angie was killed. She was killed in the empty room instead!
She left her lab
On her own?
But why would she go
into an empty room?
There shouldn't have been anything in there. Except for candles.
That's it!
I agree, dummy!
That's it. Angie went to that room to get a candle.
Now what horrific, inappropriate response does Miyu have for that?
Yeah, for kinky wax.
Hey, let's go!
No. Angie was going to use it for the ritual. According to the Necronomicon, to resurrect the dead.
After preparing the effigy, burn this Necronomicon to ashes. Caution, use caution, be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning. Wait, did she die of carbon monoxide? It's been brought up so many times, I'm starting to think she died of carbon monoxide poisoning. Hello, automatic, please.
That's right. There's nothing to start a fire with in Angie's lab. So she went to go get a candle from one of the empty rooms.
Ah, the light of Atua shines on us all.
And that's when the culprit attacked her.
Watch out, it's the Atua version of Satan!
That's why there was dried blood under.
It's the Gray Man! It's the Gray... That... I knew it wasn't Himiko! Himiko wasn't the Gray Man!
Which means Angie was attacked in the same room the seance was held.
What a coincidence.
Bravo, Himiko. Well done for choosing that room for the seance. If we hadn't done the seance in that room, then Tenko's murder would have been in another room. If that happened, no one would have discovered Angie's blood stain under the floorboards.
That's right. Shuichi and I only checked under the floorboards where Tenko died.
Yep, it's all thanks to Himiko for choosing the same room as Angie. This must be Atua's will. Or maybe the power of magic.
Magic.
It's neither. I just picked one.
Hold on. You're all acting as though you've proven that as fact already. You claim Angie was murdered in the empty room, and then moved to the lab?
We'll test her blood!
Then how do you explain the large amount of blood in the lab? It may be possible to carry a body, but blood cannot be moved.
I think she was still alive after the attack in the empty room. She was killed after she was carried to her lab.
That means the culprit attacked her twice. I have evidence of that. Oh, jeez. Whoops! What relevance does that have? None. There's no point to prove it.
Is there really no evidence, though? If she didn't die in the empty room, then why was she attacked twice? The culprit must have been a big bad meanie to do that.
I was wrong!
I screwed up! Everyone's staring at me! Oh, what was the question again? It's proof that Angie was still alive. The forehead injury.
This is it! The fatal wound was a cut to the back of her neck from a katana.
Katana.
But she also showed signs of blunt force trauma, and I think I know why.
Katana.
After Angie was knocked unconscious in the empty room, she was killed in her lab.
I see. So that puddle of blood is from the killing blow.
Yes, thank you, Kaito.
Ha! It's all clear now.
Clear as the stars in
Angie
space.
was attacked in the empty room, carried to her lab, and it was there that the culprit finished her off.
All clear. This is all clear.
Then who killed Angie?
What are you all talking about? All clear? What is all clear? What are you? All clear?
You okay, big guy?
What are you all? You what? What are? I will not fear. I will not back down.
Huh?
Sweet Korekio, calm yourself.
Huh?
Their words are all hollow. There is no meaning to any of them.
What?
You must teach these ignorant children a lesson. Yes, you're right. Okay, I'll teach them.
What the hell are you mumbling about? You're giving me the goddamn willies!
Not yet. Nothing is clear at all. It's full of doubts, of mysteries, of a dense, impenetrable fog!
I knew he was more like Orochimaru than ever.
Whoever that was did look a lot like Orochimaru, like when during the Chunin exams.
Angie was attacked in the empty room first, and then carried into the research lab? Impossible! Impossible! That's nothing but a delusion! You intend to poison our minds with your delusions?
It's no delusion. Angie's 2 external wounds tell the story. After she was struck in the empty room, she was carried to the art research lab and then killed.
You say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains.
Did you see blood in the hallway? Then why wasn't it smeared all over? Because it's not there, is it? You're just bending the facts to make me suspicious. What kind of detective are you?
Damn it!
I made a mistake! I need to think it over again!
Say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains.
What?
Oh no!
You say the culprit carried Angie's body?
Alright, let's keep
and
chopping.
not a single drop of blood fell?
The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains. Even if you wiped them down later, there'd still be traces of evidence left behind. But there was no evidence anywhere, was there, Shuichi?
Oh, damn it. It's just a delusion!
You say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains. Even if you wiped them down later, there'd still be traces of evidence left behind. But there was no evidence anywhere, was there, Shuichi?
No, dummy!
There was evidence left at the scene. The bloody tape under Angie's body.
What?
It was wrapped around her head to stop the bleeding while she was being carried.
Bloody tape? Gonta didn't notice at all.
Maki did.
It's under the body. It's most likely evidence the culprit should have gotten rid of. But since it was hidden, the culprit didn't notice and failed to dispose of it.
It must have fallen as the fatal blow was dealt, and ended up under her body.
It must have been Atua who did that for us.
What? Atua? How long are you going to keep that up?
Now we know most of the mystery behind Angie's murder.
I'm convinced there's only one person who could have killed Angie.
Really? I gotta select this again? Because guess what? It's our dear friend Kyo!
It has to be you!
You, dummy!
It's you, Kyo. You killed Angie.
What the fuck? So it's true!
Well, that was obvious. Such a boring, obvious answer.
You killed both of them.
Why did you kill them?
In terms of pure logic, only one victim was necessary to win.
Why? Why you killed them both?
I think one of the murders was an accident.
An accident?
That's right. It wasn't part of the plan.
Huh? Which one?
I'm gonna assume Angie's. The murder that was an accident. Murder of Angie.
That's it! Angie's murder was an accident.
What? Tenko wasn't accident?
No, Tenko's was very much set up.
That's right. Kyo originally planned to kill someone with a seesaw trick. But while he was making preparations in the empty room, Angie walked in.
Oh, and discovered what he was doing.
So he decided to kill her in order to keep her from talking.
I saw Kyo in the empty room while I was getting a candle.
She just happened to walk in on the culprit setting up and was killed.
Then he should have just stopped there. Once he killed Angie, there was no reason for him to kill Tenko.
He only needed to kill one for this game. Killing two is pointless. If you get bonus points for killing more, then sure. Otherwise, it leaves more clues behind.
Well, considering he seems to have two personalities in him, maybe it would only make him half blackened.
Why, Kyo? Why you kill two of our friends?
One was done by Kyo, one was done by the mysterious female personality.
What on earth are you talking about? No, I'm not the culprit. So why is everyone looking at me like I am? Why? Why are they? Why is it? Calm yourself, Korekio. Yes. You mustn't raise your voice. You mustn't stutter. You mustn't lose composure. You mustn't become flustered. You mustn't waver. Look at their horrid faces. This sorry lot is not worth agonizing over. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
There he goes again. What the hell's wrong with him?
It almost seems like he's talking with someone.
someone. He's just talking to himself. And why the hell is he wearing lipstick?
No matter how loudly you protest, this is a trivial matter. I will never acknowledge your allegations. Not a single one of them. For you see, there is no evidence that I killed Angie. No, I will not acknowledge it. I will only acknowledge facts, true events. I won't acknowledge fiction, mystery.
Isn't that what anthropology is? Mystery?
Won't acknowledge your deductions or guesses. Well said. Good job, Korekio. Yes, thanks.
Creeps me the fuck out!
No evidence? There's no evidence that he killed Angie?
You're wrong.
You're wrong.
There is evidence.
What? You do realize bluffs like
Really
that
hope I don't
won't
get
work,
flack,
yes?
but Kyo is the androgynous
The
anthropologist.
weapon that was
Oh my
used
God.
to knock Angie unconscious in the empty room. That weapon tells us the whole story, Kyo.
That's not possible. I think you may have misunderstood. Apologize. Come on, apologize. 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 Come on. Apologize. 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 Apologize.
Never!
Seriously, what the hell's happening?
I have no idea what's happening with Kyo. But I know what weapon he used on Angie. I have to prove it to him. Oh dear.
I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong. Yes, I'm not the culprit. So I have nothing to confess. I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong. Yes. Why must you force your delusions on us? Your logic. That's merely a delusion. Well said, Korekio. To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions on us? Your logic. That's merely a delusion. Well said, Korekio. To continue... I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Korekio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. 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 I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Korekio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. 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 I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Korekio speaks the
60
truth.
LX 60. Well,
Such a
5 years,
sorry
here's to
lot.
5 more.
Apologize. 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 I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Korekio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. 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 Apologize.
There we go. Phew.
You have no proof that Korekio is the killer.
Remove floorboard.
It ends here!
We've stripped them!
Kyo hit Angie with the same floorboard used in the seesaw
Oh,
trick.
right, the bloodstain. Floor moved, reboard!
I see. And how do you know the floorboard was the murder weapon?
There was a small patch of dried blood on the underside of the floorboard.
Angie's blood?
The very same.
Blood that spattered there when the culprit struck Angie with the board. But that's not the only evidence that she was hit with that floorboard. there's also the bloodstain under the floor to consider. For that to be there,
Daniel Bono, thank you for the 60 months of tier
must not
1.
have been in place
5
at
years.
the time of the attack.
Good point. Had the floorboard been in place, her blood wouldn't have splattered beneath it.
Kyo's earlier confession is further evidence that the floorboard was used.
How? If the weapon used to hit Angie is the floorboard from the seesaw trick.
It means the culprit knew about the seesaw, so the same person killed Tenko and Angie.
Whoa, going to the rafters on that scream. Bored.
I believe that while Kyo was setting up the seesaw, he was holding the board when Angie walked in.
And he cold-cocked her with a floorboard.
Thank you, Mio. Miu, not Mio.
All you can do now is accept it. You even confessed to Tenko's murder already.
I refuse to accept it!
True. This is the truth.
Looks like we're almost at the end. All right, Shuichi, I'll leave the finale to you.
Okay,
Bring down the
so
house.
for this scene we need you to scream like you're just found your first one lying dead on the floor.
Put an end to this. For Angie and Tenko's sake. End this class trial.
End the
I
trial.
understand. I'll go over everything one more time. Kyo,
Time
I
to make
want
manga.
You to confess. No, I will force you to confess.
Time to confess. Closing argument. All right, what do I got to work with? Small stone Himiko brought. Hit the sliding lock. That would have been pretty late into this. There we go. Remove floorboard. I'm gonna wait on that one. The sickle place to kill. The path made with salt. What? Oh, the path made with salt. That was how the culprit was able to move around in
Is
darkness.
it bad that I aspire to be the same level of androgynous Kyo is?
I mean, that's pretty sick. Small stone Himiko Brock and the remove gold leaf katana. Stone. Ah. Stuck the duct tape. The removed floorboard. Wait, what? Oh, that wasn't used to kill her. Dresser wound. A floorboard. Remove the gold leaf katana. Oh my god, for some reason it's not like accepting my keyboard inputs. Stab the Kaede effigy. you remember when they had the, what was it, the like the red herring panels in this that you could assign to stuff? Jesus Christ. When Angie's body was found, who unlocked the door? Kokichi. Besides Kokichi, who is responsible for extinguishing the candle. That would be Shuichi. What's up? He has had dinner, yeah. Hi, big guy. When the culprit opened the cage... hard on the floor. And finally... cutting out the cross piece in the floor.
This is the truth of the case. Let's look back at the first murder. It was late last night. The culprit was in the empty room on the 4th floor.
Why did he need the duct tape? He would have needed something to pry the floorboard up and then the saw. Why did he need the duct tape?
The culprit was preparing the seance murder they had planned. To use the floorboard as a seesaw, they had to cut the crosspiece supporting it. The plan was to make the same preparations for all 3 empty rooms. This would divert suspicion away from the culprit and whoever picked a room. To cut the crosspieces, they needed a saw. I imagine they got one from the warehouse. They were planning to cut the crosspieces in all 3 rooms.
La 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 la.
However, when the culprit was working on the middle room, the unexpected happened.
That skipping animation that Angie was doing.
Angie walked into that room and saw the culprit making their preparations.
That skipping animation that Angie was doing is how I imagine Lucy is whenever she's doing that la 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 thing.
She needed some fire for the ritual and had gone to the room for a candle.
Clack.
At that point, the culprit had not finished the setup and was just cutting crosspieces. Angie might not have concluded that it was tied to some kind of murder plan. But now that Angie had seen it, the culprit couldn't use the seesaw trick. Any other person might have just given up, but not our culprit.
Not our Korakio. I guess I'll just grab a candle and leave. Oh, right, it was on the front of her head.
The culprit took the floorboard they loosened and struck the unsuspecting Angie in the head.
I'll do it, damn it!
The culprit did not want to give up on their plan and had to improvise.
You know what's really funny is that Korakio failed twice over.
Angie's injury to stop the bleeding.
Because I get the feeling that even without Angie's death, he would have been caught for the other murder.
To a research lab.
Tap 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 tap.
While she was unconscious, the culprit hurried to tie up this loose end.
I was wrong, by the way, about one of those things.
Because they were in a hurry, they made a crucial oversight. They didn't notice the duct tape had peeled off and was under Angie's body.
I thought the dried blood was from somebody like making a mistake when they were trying to make the room, or when you were trying to make the trap. Like Korakio would have gotten cut by the saw.
Carrying the supplies they needed, the culprit returned to the ultimate art lab. locked the front door from inside. And took out the katana they brought from their own lab.
Slash! Oh, sorry, bud. Did that scare you?
They then stabbed Angie in the back of the neck, finally killing her. Then, to further confuse us, the culprit attempted to make a locked room mystery. First, they used rope from the warehouse and hung four effigies upside down.
Considering Korakio's dual personalities here, I love the fact that the onomatopoeia is HRT, HRT.
There were two reasons for this.
Oh, look! The first one's hormone replacement therapy, the second one is hormone replacement therapy.
To overwhelm the room with an occult atmosphere. And the other was the key to locking the room. The culprit stuck the katana into Kaede's effigy near the rear entrance.
Trans rights.
And spun the effigy around to twist up the rope.
That was truly cringeworthy.
Come on now, lol.
Meanwhile, Kaede's going, whee!
Let go and headed for the rear door.
Whee!
We support trans rights and trans wrongs.
Ah, why that angle? Whee!
Once released, the effigy began spinning, and the gold leaf katana with it. The handle of the katana then hit the sliding lock, locking the door. A difficult trick, but remember that the lock was so loose it moved at the slightest
Miyu took the
touch.
shots.
The culprit also would have had the opportunity to attempt it many times. Once complete, the door was locked, but the duct tape was left behind. Perhaps the culprit noticed it.
She's pregnant with duct tape.
It was too late.
She's having a duct tape baby.
Sealed. There was no way for them to get back inside. Then, this morning, we opened up the room and discovered Angie's body.
Pick a lock. Oh, Himiko looks really cute in that panel.
But the culprit wasn't finished. They wanted one more murder.
Damn my perfectionism and OCD!
To do that, they manipulated us into performing this seance. Of the 3 empty rooms, the middle one was chosen for the seance. I was invited by Kokichi to take Kibo's place in the seance. Tenko volunteered to be the medium, but she never imagined it would get her killed. To perform the seance, the culprit claimed they needed something for Tenko. A small stone that Himiko had brought from the courtyard. Tenko, at the culprit's request, bowed her head until it was touching the stone. That position was instrumental in making sure the murder went as planned.
It's a rock.
Next, Kokichi and I placed the iron cage over Tenko in the middle of the magic circle.
Question. If they screwed up with the iron cage and dropped it on let's say they dropped the cage on Tenko's head and it killed her, who would be the blackened in that case? Would it be would it be Shuichi or Kokichi?
The culprit then volunteered to drape the white cloth over the iron cage. We didn't realize it at the time, but that was a deliberate decision by the culprit.
Whoever let it go first, I imagine who was touching it last would be the culprit.
They needed to set up the murder weapon that was used to kill Tenko. While they were covering the cage with a cloth, they secretly placed the sickle. Finally, 4 of us placed the wooden statue on top of the cage. The culprit used the weight of the statue to keep the murder weapon in place.
Act 5.
After the preparations were complete, we began the seance. In complete darkness, we each stood in one corner and sang the Caged Child song.
Oh, that Kokichi has the voice of an angel.
Ave Maria!
When the song finished, the soul of the dead was supposed to enter the medium. But our culprit had another plan, to commit a murder in the darkness. Right after we started singing, the culprit began making their way toward Tenko. It would have been quite difficult to do in total darkness, but our culprit had a guide.
So there was an accomplice.
They used the lines of the magic circle drawn with salt. The culprit felt for the salt and used it to guide them along. And when the culprit reached the center of the circle, they found the floorboard that had its crosspiece cut off the night before. Then lifted up their foot and stomped down hard on the floorboard. The floorboard lifted up like a seesaw and pushed Tenko's body up toward the ceiling of the cage. Tenko was stabbed in the back of the neck by the sickle on the top of the cage. She was killed right before our eyes, and we didn't even see it.
You would not believe your eyes if Tenko just
After
fucking
committing
dies.
The crime, the culprit followed the salt back to their corner. Finished the ritual and had us light the candles. We followed the culprit's directions and removed the equipment used for the seance. And discovered Tenko's body.
There she is.
And while we were all focused on the body, the culprit picked up the sickle and dropped it under the floor through the hole in the corner of the room.
Trace it to Himiko's corner. Ah, something's touching my leg.
Ironically, the final step of the murder was unwittingly carried out by us. The culprit had planned the murder so that we would unintentionally destroy some evidence. That evidence was the magic circle that the culprit used to navigate in the dark.
I think that line of murder right in front of our eyes in the dark, like, holds weight. Like, it makes sense, right? Because it's like, yeah, the murder did take place right before your eyes, but because it was dark, you couldn't see it. I think, there's nothing wrong with that line.
However, the culprit didn't know that Kibo had taken a picture. He really saved us. Without that, we wouldn't know what changes were made to the circle. But now we know for certain, and we know the culprit drew the magic circle.
I feel like the ultimate despair here with Monokuma are just trying to like prove a point by bringing on the ultimate detective. But imagine if they just did that with like the entirety of it. It's like the ultimate psychological profiler, the ultimate detective, the ultimate forensic scientist, and it's just like they're just like, we didn't think this through. Oh my god, they keep solving case after case after case. They're unbeatable. The ultimate FBI consultant. The ultimate CIA consultant.
Korekio Shinguchi, the ultimate anthropologist. You're the culprit behind these murders.
I mean, he did it by biting into him with his zipper teeth.
That's where my detective work leads us. It all fits.
Imagine if they mixed in the ultimate murderer. They did that in Danganronpa 1.
They need at least one person with some semblance of intelligence to make it more challenging.
Necessary to admit defeat. Admit? Yeah. Okay.
So you finally admit you did it.
We do have an assassin here too, yes.
Yes. Yes. It's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. My one regret, my only regret,
Is that I got caught.
was not being able to make 100 friends.
I'm sorry, that just makes like, my Facebook page will remain incomplete.
100 friends?
It was my dream to make 100 friends. Oh, it's so unfortunate! I was so close to 100!
What are you talking about? I do not understand a word of this.
Who gives a fuck? Let's vote for this kooky bastard and be done with this already!
Roger that! One voting time coming up!
Dude,
the heart racing excitement as...
See, here's the thing. The story of this would have been so much more interesting if there actually was a different killer, and then they just had to live with a murderer.
The heart-racing excitement!
As the blackened and the spotless finally face off!
It's voting time!
It's voting time. Monodom's getting bullied again. All right. Farewell, Korekio. None of my inputs are working. There we go, Jesus.
Now then, it seems the voting has finished. Let's see the result.
Now let's see if Korekio gracefully admitted defeat or voted for Himiko. Yeah, no, Korekio voted for himself.
Who'll be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
I think one of the rules is that if you don't vote, you just die. Verdict. Doodly-doo-doo-doo, doodly-doo-doo-doo, doodly-doo-doo-doo. Bing, 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 bing! Shinguji! Mono coins! All rise. I had one miss and one retry. Hey, I still got an A. I got an A in everything except for the closing, in which I got a B. Hey, big guy.
Wow, seriously? You're correct again!
Big guy, you want to say goodnight? Christian! Hi! Oh my goodness! He's so hyper! Oh my god, he is so happy.
Not the back leg!
Stop biting his legs. Big guy. He missed you so much.
You're correct again! Amazing! This is the 3rd correct verdict in a row!
All right!
If you manage to get 12 correct verdicts in a row, you'll proceed to the bonus round! How is this gonna last that long?
For now.
It's finally over.
No.
No, not yet. I haven't heard his answer yet. Kyo, why? Why did you kill Angie and Tenko?
Right!
Yeah, he no need to kill them both, no matter what motive he have.
Oh?
Motive?
Hey!
Did your motive have something to do with the transfer student who was resurrected? Even if it did, though, how did that trigger a murder?
Hey!
Don't tell me. You were actually scared of the resurrection ritual, Kaito.
Shut up! Shut up! I never said I was scared!
The resurrection ritual had nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with it?
Because we're friends, I'll tell you. I never once believed in the ritual. I would never kill someone over such a silly thing as that.
What?
So it has nothing to do with the motive?
Yeah?
Then why?
Yes.
For the one that I love.
There is someone that I love.
From the bottom of my heart, someone so dear, someone I long for.
I love her with all my heart, and she loves me with all her heart. Yes, we vowed an endless love to each other, forever bound by fate. None can come between us. We are bound by an intense love, no matter what anyone says.
Okay. Like
What?
I mean, he believes spirits exist, so it's like a spirit occupying his body? Bragging about your perfect love life? Fuck you! Some of us aren't that lucky! So to see this lover of yours, you had to escape.
Don't tell me.
That's why you killed Angie and Tenko? But why did you need to kill both?
If you ask if I did it to escape this place, my answer would be no.
Wonderful.
Because I have no need to escape this place. The one I love is inside.
Inside?
Wait!
Don't look at me! I'm not his lover!
Yeah.
Calm down, no one would want a disgusting shit-stuffed bitch like you anyway. What the what?
Hey!
Kyo, who is it? Who's the person you love?
Hey.
Is it really one of us? When I say inside, I do not mean inside this academy.
You see,
I mean inside me.
sister.
Yes, the one I love lives inside me. My dearest sister.
Okay, well, he was creepy as it was, but now we're just going full incest.
Huh?
Sister?
Wait!
Don't look at me. I'm not his sister.
Right?
Well, duh. If you were his sister, he would have killed himself already.
Wait.
Your sister? But didn't you say she was your lover?
Whatever is the matter.
It is not that difficult. My sister is my lover.
I loved her so deeply. And she loved me so deeply. The fact that we were siblings meant nothing to us.
I just realized the asterisk at the top that said no physical connection.
They called it forbidden love, but none could stop the love we shared. Oh, how I long for my sister's warmth. The only time I felt at peace was when I was enveloped in my sister's warmth. For my beloved sister.
That is why. For my beloved sister, I had to.
Always messing around.
You had to escape from here, right?
No, I had to kill for her.
Huh?
What?
Sister.
Sister was very sickly. She was always in and out of the hospital ever since she was a child. Because of that, she didn't have many friends. She always seemed so lonely.
However,
Even if I could be her little brother and her lover, I couldn't be her friend. So I thought I'd find some friends for my dear deceased sister.
Huh?
Deceased?
Do you understand?
My sister is a ghost now, so her friends should be ghosts too, right?
For my beloved sister.
For my sister's sake, I've killed many to send her 100 friends. They were all wonderful people, worthy of being sister's friends.
Huh?
What?
Incomprehensible.
This is too impossible to understand. Too impossible.
Sister.
Sister is very happy.
Yes.
Yes, Korikio. I am very happy. Thanks to you, I am not lonely.
What?
Could it be that the lipstick version of Kyo is...
I am Korekio's older sister.
I am Korikio's older sister. Thank you for looking after my little brother.
What?
What the hell?
Yes.
After I lost my beloved sister, I was so distraught I nearly went mad. But sister came to save me.
I am pleased.
She visited me during one of my seances and stayed inside me.
Sister.
Now I can see her whenever I want. I'm never lonely.
Korekio.
That's wonderful, Korekio. Your love made the impossible possible.
Are you serious?
Are you serious? Is this really a spirit?
I told you.
He's just delusional. What a sad girl who can't believe in the power of love.
Ew.
Either way, he's totally out of his mind. I mean, he killed for a dead chick.
Well, you know.
You said you killed a lot already, right? So it wasn't just the two you killed here?
What was that?
What? Seems like he was already crazy before he got here.
Because?
Whoa, what the hell was that?
You didn't kill to escape from here. That wasn't your purpose from the get-go. You just wanted to slaughter a bunch, huh?
Unacceptable.
Do not make me out to be some bloodthirsty, indiscriminate killer. I only kill girls who I think are worthy of being sister's friends.
Huh?
Only girls? I see. So when we were deciding who should be the medium... Before that, let's choose a spiritual medium. It would work best with a girl. You said it would work best with a girl. I spent my time evaluating all the girls here.
Wonderful.
And besides Maki and Miyu, they were all worthy. All worthy of being sister's friends. All worthy.
Why, you?
Hey, now how come I'm not included? I mean, not like I care. Then the second victim could have been me. Tenko died in place of me. Then I'll do it. I can't think of anyone but me that Angie's spirit should go in. No, I'll do it!
Excellent.
Himiko would have great, but Tenko volunteering made me so happy. Her noble, earnest heart made her a perfect friend for sister.
Wonderful.
She even infiltrated the student council to protect Himiko.
Huh?
Huh? Infiltrate? Really?
But
how did you... It was obvious to me. I have studied many people. Yes.
Can this be?
She stood up against the school of darkness of this... She stood up against the darkness of this school all by herself. All for her beloved friend.
Beautiful.
I was so touched by that. Wonderful. She was perfect for sister. I can't understand why you didn't like her, Himiko.
Well.
Though, I was planning on having you become sister's friend too, eventually.
No way!
What? You do all that for...
Wow, you did that all just to kill? For you to go that far, that's pretty impressive. You weren't interested in the caged child. You were interested in the caged child just so you could use it to kill someone, right?
Let's see.
It interests me as an anthropologist, of course. But there's more than that.
For my beloved sister.
I wanted to kill for sister. I cannot deny that overpowering feeling.
Are you okay?
Kaito, are you okay? You look kinda pale. Don't worry about it. Let's focus on Kyo right now.
Allow me to explain, though. I did not plan to kill both of them. I knew I would have plenty of chances after escaping this place.
However...
But Angie walked in on me preparing, and I ended up killing her a different way. So I figured I may as well kill someone else, too. After all, it would be a shame to just waste the seance trick I prepared.
What is that?
You're talking like you killed her just because you could.
No, not just because I could. I was sending another friend to Sister.
Correcchio.
Correcchio, you're such a thoughtful little brother. But it was bad to get greedy.
Oh dear.
You're right. Because of that, now I can't send 100 friends to Sister. Do you understand now? Those were the circumstances of Correcchio's crime.
I do not understand. This is all too impossible for me to understand.
Why?
That right. Killing 2 friends for your dead sister?
But how?
That's wrong. Wrong. That's so wrong.
Oh, don't get so worked up. There's something I learned after Sister's death.
Do not worry.
Death only changes a person's form. The soul lives on as a ghost.
That's right.
That's right. Even though I'm a ghost now, I'm always by Correcchio's side.
Sister.
Thank you, Sister. I love you.
Cut it out already.
What was that?
I don't understand anything you're saying. Nothing's making sense. It's not fair. Why did Angie and Tenko have to die for something so unfair?
Well...
Because death is unfair. Yeah.
And another thing.
All deaths are unfair deaths. Why do you think news stations get high ratings when they're reporting about death? Because everyone likes unfair deaths.
Maybe.
Well, if you look at it like that, this whole killing game embodies that philosophy, right? Killing gifted high school students forced to play a killing game? Man, if people were watching this, they would get a kick out of it.
People were watching this.
Shut up!
Knock off the bullshit! Only sick fucks would enjoy watching this.
You got me.
Hell yeah! If I wasn't in this killing game, I would be having so much fun watching.
The nature of this killing game is yet shrouded in mystery. But my role in it is over. I have finished my explanation to you, friends.
Sister.
I think I shall go and see her now. My beloved sister.
Sister.
I was unable to send her 100 friends, but at least I can see her again now.
Correcchio.
It's all right, sweet Correcchio. Come to me.
Oh.
Looks like you're already prepared. Now then, let's get started.
It's punishment time!
It's the moment you've all been waiting for. Punishment time!
Huh?
Punishment time.
Sister.
My beloved sister. At long last, I'll finally get to see you again.
That's right.
Yes, from now on, no one will try to stop us. We can be together without having to hide our love from others.
What?
Wait, I can't accept this.
Like I said, there is no such thing as a death that can be accepted.
From an anthropological...
Why do you think so many different cultures have funeral rites? Why do you think rumors of ways to resurrect the dead never cease?
Yes.
The living must find a reason, however forced, to accept death when it happens. How you come to terms with death also determines how you live, yes?
What was that?
What?
That was the answer I reached. How about you? How will you live a life that faces death?
Now then,
I've prepared a special punishment for the ultimate anthropologist, Correcchio Shinguji. I want to do a retake of that one. I've prepared a special punishment for the ultimate anthropologist, Correcchio Shinguji.
I shall observe.
I will watch over you all as a ghost. As your friend, I will watch over you.
That's right.
It won't just be me and Correcchio. All those who died will be watching.
I'll be watching to see how you face the death of your friend.
Humanity is beautiful.
I'll be watching forever and ever.
It's punishment time!
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
Now let's see how much he enjoys his punishment. Korekiyo's been found guilty. Time for the punishment. Of course, he's bondaged up. Cultural melting pot. Spin, 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 spin! Spin, 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 spin! Spin! I'm going to throw up. Firewood! Make the flames burn brighter! Monodam, this is your perfect chance. Push them in. Push them in, Monodam! Be the only child! No, Monodam! His ghost. It was true. Oh, jeez, really? Ah! Oh man, even his sister is purifying him. Yeah, my brother sucked. What?
How gory!
No! Monodam, why?
How can this
What the?
be?
To think my cute child would commit suicide.
Yay!
Ah, it's so cute!
Getting some Jason talking to his dead mother vibes from this whole thing.
Kill the little sluts. It's so freaking cute he would kill himself because he couldn't get along. Monodam committed suicide. Had I known this would happen, I would have been nicer to him. The only reason Monodam obsessed over getting along was because everyone but me bullied him.
That's right.
Yes, the other Monocobs drove him to suicide, but not me.
Hey.
Hey, who's Monodam?
Eh?
Huh? You already forgot? That's kinda scary.
Well now.
Well, looks like another class trial is wrapped up without incident, so I'm gonna take back this here Necronomicon.
Wow, wow, wow.
Seems like a waste, though. You guys sure you don't want to use it? You guys should have brought someone back to life and added them to your roster.
Shut up! How long are you gonna keep talking about that?
Told you.
Ignore him. The whole resurrection ritual is obviously a lie. He's just trying to shake us mentally to get us to panic.
What's the point?
I'm assuming you'll think another murder will happen if you do that, right?
Who can say? What a waste. If none of you were gonna use it, you should have let me have it. Then I could have resurrected one of my dead siblings. Which one? Oh, I don't know. They were all pretty terrible, actually. Wait, did one of us die? I could have sworn there was just been the two of us this whole time.
Oh yeah.
It's too bad you missed your chance to raise the dead. That's what you get for doubting me. Too bad.
So long, farewell.
It's just the two of them saying so long, Bearwell. Even now, he still talks about raising the dead.
Always messing around.
Man, this is stupid! What people believe in is up to them, but living people shouldn't have to suffer because of the dead.
Of course!
The living are more precious than the dead, no matter what! That's not something a coward like you should say. Shut up! Leave me alone. But there's one thing this case taught me. I thought there was a god watching over us, but there isn't after all.
Not in this academy. Yeah, you're right.
You're right.
Well, that's why we have to work together, right? Face it together. Our ultimate talents are the best weapons we have.
Gonta do his best.
Then Gonta do his best to keep everyone safe. Gonta want to protect everyone. But your talent is entomology. I don't want Shuichi to use his ultimate talent anymore. I'm getting sick of class trials.
You're right.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, your talent as an assassin is way more trouble. When are you gonna use that, huh?
Okay,
I'll work hard until everyone trusts my ultimate talent. Huh?
that's right.
It may not be possible now, but I'll put in the effort so everyone can trust me. I won't run away anymore. I want to survive and escape this place with everyone. Maki. I see. I wonder how long that'll last. What if your true calling as a killer shows? Don't underestimate her. Maki Roll's one of my sidekicks.
Got a minute?
I don't remember being your sidekick. Also, didn't I tell you to stop calling me Maki Roll? Oh, you guys are close? So close now. This must be the powerful bond of friendship. But I would have preferred that it happen sooner, especially not after losing 7 people. You're right. Only 9 people left now. Well, what do you know? The dumbass can do basic math. That's right, 7 pieces of shit have been flushed away. Only 9 remain.
Actually,
By that calculation, doesn't that make you one of the pieces?
But
Just 9 of us.
well, you know.
Humans are like weeds, too numerous to count. 7 of us dead doesn't mean much in the end. It's totally what the heartless robot is thinking, right? Right?
How rude.
No, I'm not thinking that. Your blatant robophobia is inexcusable.
You know,
But hey, none of us gave up, right? I know we're all gonna escape. I'm not gonna rely on God, spirits, or the dead.
I believe in you.
Just you guys. I believe in you all.
Okay.
Kaito,
Well, of course.
you're right. Those of us who remain can start over.
Hey.
Hold up. Keyboy needs to apologize to everyone for the whole student council thing. And there's only one kind of apology I'm willing to accept.
How exciting.
Yank your head off and smash it into the ground with all your strength. Got that?
No way.
I've never heard of such an intense form of apology. Seems like everything is settled for now. Even though we're missing her.
You all right?
Himiko, you okay? Anything Gonta can do to help? You can tell Gonta.
Hey.
I think we should let her have some space for now. That might be best for her.
Okay.
I remember how I felt. Oh, Gonta understand.
You're so dumb.
God, Himiko is such a liar. Huh?
Because I'm a liar.
Personally, I don't think lies are exactly a bad thing. Let's face it, you wouldn't have any free will if the world was comprised of just the truth. But even then, I don't know, I don't think it's good to lie to yourself, you know?
right?
What are you saying? Think about Himiko's feelings a little bit.
Nuh-uh.
I only said this because I thought about it.
Because?
Himiko has been lying to herself about her own feelings, so she's been holding back.
Hey!
Hey, what are you repressing? Why are you trying so hard to hold back? What? Hold back? Expressing your feelings is perfectly natural. You shouldn't feel ashamed at all. So if you feel like crying when you're while you're talking to Angie, go ahead and cry your eyes out. You'll feel better when you do. I mean, laughing makes you feel better too. And venting your anger onto something can really cheer you up. Train your heart by crying, laughing, and venting your anger, Himiko. Tenko, Angie, I'm so lonely. I'm so lonely without you two. I gotta survive. I still can't go to where you are. But I'm lonely. I'm so lonely without the both of you. Himiko.
Damn it.
Damn it! Himiko cried for a long time. She cried as if she was releasing all the emotions she had bottled up inside. Before we knew it, as if lured by her doing so, we began crying. Oh, poor thing.
The tears we shed, I can't even describe it. We were crying about what we had been through and what was to come. Sadness, hatred, frustration, discord, anger, love. Tears filled with emotion. But at the very least, they weren't tears of submission. They were tears to push us forward. After a while, Himiko finally calmed down. However...
Is she hard to carry, Gonta?
No, she fine.
She's sleeping very peacefully.
She's all tuckered out after crying. Robots sleep well after leaking their oils too, right?
Ha 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 ha! Oh, Kokichi! My sides, they are splitting from the fact that you've made that joke 100 times now!
I have told you many times that I do not use oil as my fuel source.
But wow, that really surprised me. She passed out as soon as she stopped crying.
Yeah, but she looks so peaceful sleeping like that.
She probably felt better after letting it all out, don't you think?
Yeah, I hope so.
Then Gonta carry Himiko to her room.
Well, I'm sorry. I love this screenshot just because of how, like, caring and brotherly Gonta looks. He looks so sweet in this image.
Make sure you focus real good on your back, you hear me? You'll need that focus if you want to feel her little mosquito bites poking ya.
Sterling timing as always, Miyu.
There's no way he'd do such a thing. Gonta is a gentleman after all.
While we were heading back to the dorms, I suddenly noticed. Kaito had stopped in his tracks. Kaito, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to get some night air. Don't worry about me. Go on ahead.
Huh?
Are you sure?
Well...
Anyway, don't do something like this again, okay? If you dislike scary things, then you should have said so earlier. I thought you were sick. You worried about me? Yeah, worried about your stupidity. Still haven't warmed up to me, huh?
But...
Maybe not, but I feel like the walls we had up are coming down a little, you know? Perhaps those walls were her enemies. Seems like she doesn't want to wait anymore.
Got it.
Yeah, 'cause of me!
Okay.
Yeah, maybe. But you sound like you're bragging, Kaito. But like I said, I'm gonna get some air before I go back. You can go on ahead.
Okay.
Sure, got it. See you tomorrow.
Got it.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Now's the render where we find out something is horribly wrong with Kaito. After our goodbyes, I returned to my dorm room. I didn't notice what was going on with Kaito.
Damn it. I don't have time to be dying. I still haven't gone into space yet. Damn it. No way am I gonna die here. No way.
Oh man. What happens if someone dies of natural causes in the Killing Game? Transfer student from beyond the grave. 9 students remain. Mysterious mess. Tom, do you have precognition? Listen, divination is a magic that I excel at, but only when it comes to tropes. Can't believe Jules is dying. Anyway, we've solved the mystery. Kyo was really messed up. Presumably he had a psychological breakdown and formed a split personality that represented his sister. And was murdering based on that. You think this crystal ball is just for show? Listen, I'm trying to learn the other schools of magic because I depend too much on divination. And look, I'm getting better. See, I'll cast a fireball right now. Oh, I cast it on me. Did it again. This hurts. This is very painful. Ow. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, thank God.
The man full-on treated his sister as his life mate. He broke down long before her death.
It's also that, well, I mean, like, we don't really know the circumstances behind it. He could, like, he could have discovered those feelings after her death, you dig? Anyway, we probably got a little bit of fan art. I love the shit post. Oh, this is really cute. Oh my God. There are... Oh no! Why? Oh, Jesus Christ! So many shit posts came out of this. So many shit posts. There's so much to go over here. Also, please tell me that this is going to actually do it correctly this time. Scenes, fan art. Yes, okay. Starting off with... Jojolia saying, with all the talk about Ghost, I'll chapter this is fitting ghostly fusion is regardless, enjoy Marowak and Frostlass. Pretty good, pretty good. Kazuko Himura saying, I'm not even sorry, guys. You got played! There's a lot to unpack here. Bubblegum Cal saying, I'm back trying to turn Tom into a platform fighter character for Smack Studio. Hopefully I finish in time. Got the crystal ball, there's a big mouth. I see the hat, I see the underside of the hat, I see the Tomonomicon. And the various parts that make up me. Fairy Fruit saying, don't have a pun for this one, just Gonta as Annihilate. It's very cute. That is so cute. Gonta should be Primeape. Then when he's dead, you could draw him as Annihilate. Kazuko Himura saying, Shuichi doing a Sonic Victory post from Sonic Rush. A few liberties were taken. Modeled by Yoru, background by Toku P. Yes, this was rendered in MMD. Yeah, don't stop. Yeah, don't stop. Bam, bam, bam. Kazuko Himura saying, also, Kibo's high beams reminded me of this insane reaction image I found. Oh, found. Found is different. That does... Gotta be made by you in some regard. Even if it's just like posing a model or adding like text to another image, it's gotta be made by you in order to be able to qualify for fan art. Bonus Mew doing trial. Absolutely erect. I actually don't know if you made this or not. Wig saying spoiler for chapter 3. Tom staring at Korakio's sister. Ruby Ryder with this one. Kyo takes his seesaw time very seriously. I'm sorry. I just like to imagine, like... How do I get down from here? She's not pushing up. Bonus yeehaw version with the hat slapped on. Oh, because seesaw yeehaw. God damn it. Ruby Ryder saying, here's a shit post that I made in 2 minutes. Korakio Shinguchi. All it needs is the nails. It just needs the nails. Fairy Fruit saying, another shim post for this chapter, something duct tape baby. It's a girl! She prego! Kazuka Himura saying, when the black end of the first 2 chapters were approved women. Wonderful, so beautiful. Finally from Jojo Elias saying, well, looks like the ghostly transfer, we got a ghostly transfer student after all. Or Kyo was just batshit crazy, most likely. I'll showcase another ghost fusion. It is Oricorio Sensu / Haxorus. Thank you all so much for the art. Do, yeah, don't stop. Do, yeah, don't stop. Do. What was our raid message again? Floorblords? Yeah, don't stop. Yeah, don't stop. Oh, this is something I gotta play at some point. Cause we got Pastaroni Ravioli playing The Sims. The original Sims. From way back in the 1980s. Actually, it was released in the late 90s, early 2000s. But still, I think it was released in 99 now that I think about it. I almost put in Pastaroni Raviolo, but that's not the case. It's Pastaroni Ravioli. She's playing The Sims 1. Give her some of that Thaumaturgist love, and I will see you all back here tomorrow at noon Central Time for Mario Party. Later!